Alright. We're officially live.
Now we're live.
Yay! Hey,
Matt! No, I'm not doing that again.
So, last week we ended on somewhat of a sudden note after your recent adventures and information. Your little Halloween expedition. And I believe the next thing we were all planning on doing was taking some time to get prepared for the with the intel that we've collected from our recent. Can we call it a heist still?
Personally, no.
It was.
I
Wondering?
heisted stuff.
You're right. At least one of you participated in a heist.
Yeah.
The rest of you clearly had always planned to be a distraction.
That was always the plan.
It was, in fact, always the plan. I do believe also that, as was mentioned the other day, there still needs to be some distributing of loot. Which we discussed the other day, because there's quite a bit of wealth in two people's pockets.
Yeah.
I did distribute the
I thought I did
second
mine.
bit. I didn't do the first.
You guys
reduced
did distribute
the
after one of the days, but the other day there was not distributing done, so Matteo has almost no money compared to, for example, Moravaint.
Yeah. Well, also I don't buy anything.
True. But at some point that should be on our schedule for the day. Besides
I think I distributed mine. I'm pretty sure.
different day, different week.
Okay.
There was
okay.
a different week.
I took care of my getting rid
Yes.
of what I needed to.
Yes, last week there was most certainly a distributing bit at the end. But when we were breaking it down the other day, we realized that there was a bit of a discrepancy. As for the rest of the plans this week, you have all gotten quite a bit of information. We've had several very active sessions. And I do think it is about time for everyone to take their wealth and begin to either invest or use it to explore, or in general do whatever you all feel like you need to do to prepare for major events.
How much does it take to start a bakery?
I hate you. I hate you with a passion.
Well, you already were looking it up, weren't you?
I
If we
started it in the stump, would it take cost off?
I hate you.
Honestly, not even that. Let's just invest into the stump.
That's probably
We just become the
let's
main
play-
investor. We take part of the profit. Yeah.
Let's play Tavern Simulator for 8 fucking sessions.
And yeah, what
We'll come
also,
back.
how would I go about making a haberdashery?
A what?
That's
a
a word.
haberdashery. Yeah.
I believe a store that sells
Haberdashes, clearly.
yeah, it's accessories for men, right?
Yeah, clothing,
Yeah.
accessories, small items and such.
Yeah, okay. I don't think you have much of a market for a haberdashery in this particular region.
Everyone can use zippers and
We're gonna start the fucking zipper tycoon.
Are you gonna try and get the Finns to get zippers?
You're trying to
right.
get the Finns to get all dressed up. You're literally
a
selling
zipper.
fine
I
clothes
wouldn't
pirates.
say is all dressed
No,
up.
No, you gotta think. There are other kinds of clothes that have zippers.
Yeah.
Like bags.
He's trying to get the Finns to all dress in gimp suits.
Okay.
God.
That's exactly right.
Jesus Christ.
I wasn't prepared for this.
Of all people, you should be prepared to kill them.
Jesus.
I wasn't
love my
going to drink at
reputation.
the beginning of this session.
What?
I wasn't going to drink at the beginning of this session.
I feel like I need a drink. I feel like I've already had a drink. Haberdashery. It's a funny
Such a
word.
stupid fucking word.
That's a word I've never heard before. Like, this is the 1st time I'm
never-
hearing it.
I thought it was about weed or some shit.
That's the first
No,
thing I
that's-
thought of. I was like,
that's
huh.
No, that's a hasher dashery.
That's a dasher dasher.
Asher Dapper.
That's a hash dispensary.
That's just God damn it! It was right there.
Jesus Christ.
Unless it's in an illegal region, then it is a hash and dashery.
Don't feel too bad, Braden. It's a joint joke.
It's go fuck yourself.
Jesus Christ.
Hello,
I
I'm
hate it
Druid.
here.
I'm gonna hold your head down till the bubble stop. No. Deadly.
No, the bubbles are only in the bongs, not the joints.
Alright, glad it's over.
All right.
My mother
Now that we've had a
watches
wonderful and on-brand start,
Mother.
It's okay, I know her. She'll appreciate him.
I do want to answer your question a little bit. I feel like you're talking about making a brewery. I think that is probably the most apt thing that you're talking
Who
about.
are you
making
talking to?
Me.
Because I was being an asshole when I said my
I
thing.
know that you wanted to make a haberdashery and be an asshole, Cam.
Okay,
put
I
a
was
fashion
Before
being
that,
an
he said he wanted to invest in the tavern. Which
Yeah,
I
okay.
feel like really what you need to work on is the brewery aspect. I think that's the most.
Yeah, I was gonna say we never found out how to do the good berry shit, did we? Like, how to...
One of you does, but they don't know how to make good berries.
It's just druid shit.
But the actual cost to set up a brewery requires the actual building that it's in, one lot, which you already have, as well as a number of build points. Those build points would approximately cost 24,000 GP.
Question.
Answer.
Did Teddy not pass on the knowledge to make good berries to his kids?
Interesting you asked that question. It's not a knowledge issue. It's a
Skill
magic
issue, yep.
issue. He didn't pass on the magic to make good berries to his kids.
Sucks for them. We could find a druid, but...
Yeah, I don't think there's many druids that were not willing to slaughter.
The orcs have druids.
I don't think they count as the same type of druid. Do
They
they?
might have some similar magics. Or spells, at least.
It might be a different circle.
That is probably the most accurate depiction. Different circle. This particular circle of druids you've been dealing with are much more powerful than your average druid circle. Your average druid circle would be capable of making good berries, however, that is considered a low-level magic. It is the druid equivalent of a parlor trick. It's a level 1 spell at most.
Okay.
Making a garden of good berries could probably be done with a consistent amount of cantrips, but good berries can be instantly created with a first level spell.
I mean, they only really need the garden, don't they?
You're asking if the garden that was created will still work?
Yeah.
The garden that was created had withered and died. It does not have the merit to keep.
Could they get someone that was really, or that knew how to do that? To upkeep the garden.
You're asking if you could get a low-level druid to garden.
Yes.
Hypothetically. Yes. Hypothetically, yes.
I assume it's much more complicated than that.
I mean, you don't know any other druids at the moment, so, there's not one you can go and ask. But,
So yes.
yes. I mean, yeah, if you had a druid, yes, you could get them to do that. That was the question Karter
Can I
was
ask
asking.
Mercy?
To tell you where druids are?
Or to teach me?
Could you ask him to teach you the ritual to make good berries?
Yeah.
You are not capable of druidic magic.
But I do know Druid.
My God.
That's
That's
not
a
the same
language.
thing. That would be a multi-classing situation.
If you say it with enough confidence, it'll become true. Keep trying, Nova.
Listen, I played a Fae long enough.
We just need to convince a Fae that he can make good berries.
Oh my god.
We've got it.
Actually, the Fae are pretty capable of making good berries.
Alright, so
We
we go
just need
fuck
to
with the
find a
Fae
Fae.
herd.
Oh god, no, never mind.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. Which we do not want to do.
Well, we need to do something. Doesn't have to be about the stump. Just something.
Okay.
You could
I get
could
it.
go on a trip. You have plenty of time. You could go to some different towns. We could go shopping.
Violet is still kidnapped.
Correct, and you know where she is.
Sweet.
We do know where she's at. However, I have a feeling it's gonna be another one of those situations where it's gonna be like, we can't really get to her yet.
Ahem,
Wait
hurry
for
up
Jasper
and
to
wait.
help.
Hurry up and wait. Got it.
Um,
We could go to Stormwater.
last I checked, none of you have actually gone and talked to Jasper about this since the information has come out.
No, we still needed to tell him about the book that we found, that had to do with the seeking or whatever.
Yeah,
We never got
Oh,
I
around to
remember
doing
that
that.
now.
I have that.
You have that.
I mean, written down. I don't know who's holding it.
I think Midas would be, because he's the one who
Probably.
grabbed it. Right? Yeah.
Yep. I mean, I had both the books. Like I said, anybody was welcome to them whenever they wanted them, but no one had ever like taken me up on that.
Yeah.
And I remember saying that I wanted to talk to Jasper about the Blood of the Abyss book.
I'll probably get him to tell us more about, well, I don't know, but it'll tell us more about something. He'll lore dump us.
I mean, and we're also informing him because I mean, obviously his enemy is planning to, like what we read, he's planning to implant the bloodline into soldiers, to make super soldiers.
Yeah, I'm not particularly excited to see how that one goes. So,
Best case
If
scenario,
he
you
can
just
help
like
us stop the
electrocute
head,
people to death.
yeah. I'm more scared of the worst case scenario.
Actually, best case scenario is he blows himself up and we don't have to deal with it.
So, are you all going to go to the dorsal fin?
Yep.
Yeah, let's go
Sure.
talk to Jess.
All right. You all pack up for the day and head over to the dorsal fin. As before, the dorsal fin is primarily empty right now. It seems most of the people who are still around are busy at work. You see a lot of work in the naval yard. And you do know that in the recent few weeks, the Finns have had a significant decrease in manpower.
Oh.
As the Finns have begun to pick sides.
Is Jasper favored or?
Well, if they've decreased in manpower, I think that would mean that the other guy is favored.
It depends. It's pretty close to 50-50. And the ones who were saying go the other way, we're not actually. I will say you're not actually certain all of them are going to the other side. Some of them may just be leaving the area. A significant number have left the bar.
Where are they going? Because I thought, like, they were all stuck on the ship. that's still at sea right now.
No. Right.
So to clarify, you're asking where are all of the other side going? The
Yeah, like I know, because like the like main command, like the general and everyone are on the boats right now.
Correct. The general and a significant amount of their command went to the boat. That is correct.
And the boat is out to sea, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Where are they going? Are they just swimming out to the boat?
Well, not all of the boats are owned by the government of the Finns. A lot of them are independently owned and run. So a lot of the boats aren't necessarily owned by Jasper. They're owned by the captain and its crew. So if the ship says, I'm going to go to Stormwater, or I'm going to go to the Empire, or I'm going to go flow down on the river for 6 weeks,
Got it.
they are
Okay.
free to do so. So a significant number of the Finn ships have left. Many of them claim to go to the Empire, or go to Stormwater, just kind of vaguely saying, like, I'm staying out of this, I'll let you guys sort it out amongst yourselves. A significant number of people have basically said, this isn't my fight. You are aware that at least some of those people are lying to go back up the general. And there are also a significant number that have stayed to back up Jasper. But unfortunately, since most people wouldn't say, hey, I'm stocking up my ship because I'm going to go join the other side, you can't really know exactly what the percentages are.
I specifically decided not to help you, and in fact, I'm stealing your stuff in order to help me.
The Finns that do stay, I'd say you'd recognize a lot of the older generation, a lot of the old guard, so to speak. Many of the most experienced of the sailors and stuff are currently still in the town. It seems mostly the young blood are the ones that left. Jasper would still be in his office, and your great friend, the bartender, whose name escapes me at the moment, is currently still manning the bar.
Joffrey.
Wasn't Joffrey.
Did we name the bartender? I don't remember.
I did name him,
Daryl.
and it's escaping me. Stevenson.
Nice.
I kept wanting to say Steve, and I knew that was wrong. But yes, Stevenson is still running the bar, and Jasper is in the back.
Okay.
Are you all just going straight to the back?
Yep.
Can't hurt, right?
All right. I'd say when you went into the back office, you'd be greeted by kind of an odd sight. You'd see Jasper is sitting down and having a meeting with what you can immediately recognize to be everybody's favorite cube automaton. Seeing it actually sitting down. Remember the cube?
No.
The massive cube that sells the clockwork stuff?
I didn't know it
Oh,
was
that
sentient.
cube. I thought it was
blacksmith?
like building-sized cube.
It is.
Yeah.
But the shopkeeper uses the automaton to take orders and all that. As we established.
Oh, okay.
The automaton from the cube is currently sitting down at the table. As you actually see it sitting down and taking notes for a change, which you know it normally doesn't do except for most important orders. You actually see that its cloak has been pulled away, and it's extremely jittery as it writes. Like, it's very twitchy, like typewriter motion.
Makes sense.
But it seems to be taking down pages of orders from Jasper. When you enter, he would sit up a little straighter, and the automaton would seem to pause. And he would say, yes, I assume you all came to share what you found?
That we have.
Perfect.
Yeah.
He would stand up, and the automaton would get up and begin to slowly move out of the room, picking up its pace and seeming to find its rhythm after the first couple of steps, before jogging away like it was any other person. Once it is well and gone, he would shut the door and sit back down and say, "So, it's the long list?"
Yeah,
Long
I'd say
list.
so.
Where do you want to start?
I guess we'll just start by informing you. You know about the little venture we went on. I don't know if you know the specifics of all the stuff we came back with, but one of them is a very particularly interesting book that the general, your enemy, had in possession, and it has to deal with the bloodline of the Sea King. Do you know about this?
I do.
Do you know the
Very
book?
familiar. I don't know the book, but I'm very familiar with the
Okay.
bloodline.
It's called Blood of the Abyss.
Do you
You
have it on you?
should, yeah. Yeah.
He would reach his hand out to take it, as if to skim it over himself.
Yep.
As he's reading, you would all see him look more confused than anything, as if he was reading a fantasy novel. Before he sets it down and looks up and he goes, "That's not. You found that on his."
Found that in a secret little compartment in his room. Seemed like he wanted to keep it hidden. Wasn't sitting on top of the chamber pot, if that's what you're asking me.
That's hogwash. To say that a man could give a bloodline that way.
Well,
Do you know that for certain, or is it hope?
I mean, do you know the sky will rise tomorrow? He's
Does the
saying
sky
that he
rise?
has the power of gods to grant a bloodline?
so why would he be keeping this in a secret hidden compartment that he didn't want anybody else to find?
Because he believes it, I suppose.
Does he believe it without any cause? Well, I guess you can't know that.
No, I guess I can't. It wouldn't shock me that he would want it. That bloodline is... well, it's a claim to the throne. To say that you have the king's blood in your veins would be making you an heir.
Do you think he might be studying it so that he could replicate it? Trick people?
That would be my suspicion, but... I mean, they wouldn't fall for that. You couldn't prove to anyone... You wouldn't be able to fool people into thinking you were truly of the family. You would just be mimicking the power.
That's what he wants, though.
Exactly. It's...
He's not looking for a claim to the throne. He's looking for a way to force it.
I think it's both. My
People
family has...
know him too much, so we know that he doesn't have the power.
I know you guys are new to this area, but my family held the throne not because of some kind of God-given right, because of the power. Our bloodline was our source of strength. It's what allowed us to claim the territory, and we held it purely on strength. If someone else had the same abilities that we do, then they would have the same claim on the throne, family relations or not.
Except the problem is, he isn't... It doesn't say he's looking to give it to himself. It's to selected soldiers.
Perhaps he's trying to undermine the idea of it, to say that power doesn't truly mean much. But I've never even heard of someone without magic trying to get a bloodline that way. I mean, that would
a
be...
form of... Necromancy?
I don't even
No.
know. I don't even know what form of magic it would be. I mean, he was always upset because he didn't have the ability to cast like some of our sorcerers do.
Could I make... I'm sure I've never heard of this in the slightest, but would I be able to make, like, a heal check or something like that to see if I could kind of figure out what would happen if someone who didn't have magic was infused with that magic?
Ooh, interesting. Wouldn't be a heal check. Might be knowledge.
Arcana?
It would depend on the type of magic. To say infused with magic, there are many kinds. I mean, you could be talking about arcane, divine, but what we're actually talking about here is primal magic.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes that more complicated. I would say in this case, it would be knowledge, religion, or nature.
I'll go nature.
Do religion.
I'll accept either one of those. I would say neither of you know what would happen, but I would say you can both reasonably assume bloodlines are not something that are typically given. Most people don't really know where they come from. And if you do know where you come from, you don't know why it would happen to you and not someone else, right? Like, you wouldn't know why, if two tieflings were born, why does only one have the infernal bloodline?
Mhm.
And you certainly don't know what would happen if you gave a bloodline to someone who wasn't born with it.
I'm curious about the part here. Arcane ambition and forbidden alchemy. Do you have alchemists that would be able to provide insight?
The only alchemist around here is the troll. He travels through occasionally. I'm sure I could track him down. He has a knack for being wherever I need him to be. I could try to hunt him down. But something tells me that would be its own thing, a combination of arcane and alchemy. Sounds like much more than garden variety potion.
Do you know of any alchemy that's forbidden, specifically?
I can't say I'm too educated on the topic. I was always more of a... Beyond my bloodline, I don't have much experience with magic, and to be completely honest with you, that's no different from breathing to me. It's natural. I honestly am not educated well in that topic. Did you run into any spellcasters among his men?
Not that I recall. Well, did we?
None of his men, that I know of at least, would be capable of that kind of magic. Most of the sorcerers are loyal to the king. And for good reason.
Matteo, do you remember if he ever casted? Or if one of his guards did?
I never saw anyone cast in his ranks. However, he did have a javelin of sorts with magic infused into it. Runes.
Do you remember that?
He was
Which-
also getting
which
the help of
was
an
a
Imperial
spell roll.
Inquisitor.
That was a spell roll now that I think about it. Because I remember I had a thing that debuffed it.
Oh, you're right.
Now, it
Would
has
that
been
be
a little
more insane?
while. I'm going to give a minor refresher because it has been some time.
Mhm.
And I feel like this would be something that you guys would remember better as characters. That was, in fact, a magical spell. It was a it was a magical javelin he had summoned, not a thing he pulled from his back.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So yes.
He has magic.
Upon saying this, you would see Jasper sit up a little straighter and say, "You say he had he had a magical javelin?"
Yeah. Try to dull me
Jasper,
with it.
I know this sounds weird. What all does your bloodline give you?
I mean, you know that we have a natural affinity with water and storms as well. The wind and the rain are natural for us. Our bloodline is one of water, fundamentally. Those of us who are more powerful with it can summon and manipulate water at will, so to speak. Perhaps it's easier if I just show you. And he would stand up and begin to walk out.
Follow.
Follow.
Yeah, follow.
He would step out to the training area that the Finns use, and you would see that those who are there seem to step out of his way, as if him coming onto the training field is unusual. He would look around and finally walk over to one of the training squares and say, "I can have one of my men do it unless one of you actually wants to spar."
I'll step up.
He would step into the square.
I heal quickly.
I do not have his full sheet prepared, so we're going to have to do this a little more theater of the mind than actual map. But he would step into the square, and he would take his position across from you, and you would notice, as he took off his full cloak, that while he is wearing some regal studded leather armor, he does not actually have a single weapon on him. One of the men would toss you one of their wooden training swords. They would not hand one to him.
Oh no.
Oh no.
As he takes up the position, he would give you the nod that it was beginning, before slowly advancing, seeming to take his time.
I'm going to wait to see what he does. If he throws an attack, I'm gonna ready and bring up an Aegis.
Okay, you're readying and bringing up an Aegis.
Yeah. I'm not gonna strike. I'm going to prepare for his.
As he steps closer, you would see, you would all see a sudden moment where the air around him would seem to thicken. And whenever he throws his first swing, completely unarmed, you would all see what appears to be a wave of water seem to come out of his skin and wrap around his arm, making contact with Moravaint's shield. Moravaint, the contact, if it was against you yourself... oh wait, your Aegis is considered like an armor, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's
Never mind.
it's both. I do have spell resistance on it, so.
In that case, are you trying to deflect, block, or get out of the way?
Deflect. I still want to like feel it to see if I can.
Perfect.
I hope identify it.
No, that's fair. In that case, let me get a fairly decent attack roll here. Sorry, I should have had this ready, but I didn't think about it.
So I just automatically assume it's bypassing the spell resistance. 'Cause I'm deflecting, not dodging.
It is going to bypass your spell resistance, but mainly because it's for most purposes physical.
Okay.
In every way that matters, it is a physical attack.
Like my weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And to clarify, training swords are considered a simple weapon, right?
This is what I'm going. I believe that's right. If it's wrong, I'll need to. Oh, that should have. Why did that not roll? Cool. I'm not going to worry too much about this. I'm just going to give it the bonus that I'm pretty sure it's supposed to have. I'm not going to try to do this. This should be about what it is.
Okay.
That make contact? Yeah, it does. 27.
Yeah.
I need you to make a fortitude save.
Works for me.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. That's, well, I'm really, for your benefit, I'm glad that was wrong.
Yep.
My bad. I actually just need to know what your CMD is.
My CMD is 16. Or, I'm sorry, 18. Yeah.
You would all see that as the blow makes contact, it would quickly pierce your defenses. But the more impressive part is the second half. After the blow makes contact, you would realize it's not actually particularly strong. Little more than what feels like being hit with a club. But immediately after, you would all see a torrential spurt of water that would launch Moravaint about 15 feet backwards.
Nice.
Afterwards, you would see the water still lingered around his arm for a moment before it would seem to break up and fall to the ground.
Did that water look like any type of weapon?
In this case, no. It just seemed to wrap around his arm.
Did the water look Noctwin?
Interesting.
I
I
love
would
that
say that in the sense that it is definitely magical seawater, sure. But you wouldn't be sure if it was Noctwin or just the ocean that's next to you. Like, there's no
Fair enough.
apparent difference. It doesn't seem to sap the light out of the area, but you're also not sure if Noctwin's water would do that. You know that you've only ever been in the depths. Once the blow is done, he would straighten up, and he would wave his arm around. You'd see the water would begin to come out and take different forms. At one point, he makes it shift into the shape of a spear. At another, he shifts it, and it would take more along a sword line. After moving a few different times, it would fall to the ground, once again just soaking the dirt. And he would say the water could be manipulated basically at will. It can take on whatever appearance I need it to.
I would, as he's doing that, I would, like, bring a loosen out and kind of create my own weapon. Just bring out my oath. Because I'm assuming he trusts the people around him.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Well,
I'm
you're
not
out
worried
in the
about
open. You're out in the
Yeah,
open.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, but let's be honest.
Okay. You use the loosen to create a weapon, and he would nod and gesture. He goes, "It appears very similar." Mine have other attachments to my bloodline, but in general, you can consider that the standard. That is the mark we use to determine when someone has a powerful bloodline.
Well, I don't suppose the general had this bloodline before. Otherwise, he would be taking more power than you.
The general had no magic before.
So maybe that book might be onto something. To clarify, out of character, that was the one that was written not too long ago, right?
Yes, that was the very recent.
Okay.
Did the spear look like Jasper's spear?
I would say not exactly the same. The other one definitely appeared to be more magical, as in, like, it looked less like natural water. But very similar.
Could he have picked up Arcane?
Hypothetically, but he never was much of a studious man.
There is another thing I'm curious about. You said there was no one known to work with him that could use magic, right?
Yes.
Is enchantment, does that require the magic? I'm fuzzy on that.
Most people who can enchant can use magic. There are exceptions.
That whole ship is enchanted.
Yes. But is enchanted via arcane. It's not the same as our bloodlines.
But it might suggest that he is working more with an arcane path.
He had a handful of engineers, sure, but certainly no one who's combat ready.
We could ask the engineer himself. What was his name, Jarek?
I could send a letter to him. He would look around, and after a moment, he would throw his hands up in exasperation and say, "What did I tell you?" And he would point up the hill, and you would see a older troll pushing a cart along the road. You wanted to speak to an alchemist.
Have we ever seen the alchemist in town before?
No, but this is the third time he's been referenced.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
He travels between Beachcrest and Stonefell. And he has been mentioned in both places.
First time meeting.
He was mentioned by Teddy, he was mentioned by one of the dwarves, and he was mentioned by Mahonia. Oh, actually, this is the fourth time. My bad. Fourth time.
Jasper. Yep. I love the troll. I mean, I hate the troll, but I love the troll.
Let's go talk to him.
I'll get in touch with the engineer and see what I can find out. Thank you all for bringing my attention to this. I'm glad I found out now.
Yeah. Better than getting jumped by magic you didn't know you had.
If it wasn't for that, I was pretty confident I could take him. Now I know I need to be cautious. Go on, I have things to attend to. He would, seem to dry off his clothes before walking back towards the bar.
I suppose we're heading toward the key.
You all head up the road, and you see that the troll is pushing his cart slowly towards Stonefell. He appears to be quite elderly, much older even than Korga was. You can see the graying and the long hairs from his, But whenever you approach, he would stop the cart and he would open the side. He would show you a wide, toothy grin. You can see that most of his teeth are chipped or missing. He would pull out a shelf and you would see hundreds of small vials. Go, step right up.
Well, who's taking charge?
I mean, I don't want to.
Matteo, you talk.
Your turn.
Is Matteo muted?
I am muted.
Oh.
I didn't even want to come here. It's always my turn.
This is
I
all
got
because I'm
potions.
here.
I got potions. I'll talk to him. I got it. I guess this is the.
You know how potions work.
I know how potions work. I got
Forget about
potions.
You walk up, and the troll would smile and lean down to your level. What can I help you with?
Oh my god. What are we asking this guy?
I honestly
Asking
forgot
the
exactly what we were asking him for. We were busy with Jasper.
There was something convoluted about arcane or something. I don't. What?
The arcane alchemical mixture to like temporarily give a bloodline or something like that.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Troll.
Hello.
I'm Midas. We are a band of friends.
You're the new adventurers. I've heard lots about you.
Friends question mark.
Yes, okay. Well, we're trying to help out our other friend, Jasper, whom I know you do business with. And apparently we just found out that his biggest enemy right now, Mr. General, has found a way to, through some form or another, implant the Sea King's bloodline into himself to give himself powers. And we were curious if you would have any idea how he would have achieved such a thing, if it has anything to do with anything alchemical related or not.
Well, you know what they say. That man looks for nothing but powers and flowers.
I did not know they say that. Thank you. I will write that down.
Who is they?
The townsfolk.
That was powers and flowers.
Yes, yes. The general looks for nothing but powers and flowers.
Now,
he
do
looks
you
for
think
flowers?
do you think these
Of course
flowers
he
might,
looks for flowers.
these flowers might have something to do with how he achieved this? How do flowers have any relation to the Sea King and or his bloodline?
I've only told you what they said. I didn't
You
say it
know-
was related.
You know, you are correct. Powers and flowers.
You use flowers in alchemy, right?
Of course.
Know any forbidden alchemy?
No. My alchemy is nothing but clean.
No, not asking you to do it. Just do you know of any?
No. Flowers and leaves. Flowers and roots and leaves and fruits.
Do
This
you
is why I
have
don't wanna take
knowledge
charge.
of any? Not do you do it?
Knowledge of dark alchemy.
This is not a path which we're gonna get any headway in. Obviously.
It sounded like we were getting headway for a second. Hold on.
You want to get headway, you need to get out of your head.
I changed my mind. I don't like this guy anymore.
This
I've
is
dealt
very
with the irrational.
specifically why I wanted someone else to fucking take care of this. Because
It's okay. It's
We've
okay.
got this.
We can do this.
But is there any?
Any knowledge about dark alchemy?
What does dark alchemy mean? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, you were looking for bad alchemy, right?
defense against the dark arts.
Indeed.
Defense against my ass.
You mean like poisons?
Or drugs.
I actually probably do have a defense against your ass. I'm sure at least one of these potions
Shut the
represents
fuck.
the
I wasn't
smell.
talking to you.
Dear
Really? I'm talking to just straight to Marvin at this point. What the fuck are you asking about? What are you talking about? What is happening?
In the excerpt from Blood of the Abyss, he talks about forbidden alchemy to help draw upon the essence of the ocean depths, merging royal blood with the vitality of aquatic beings. Do you know any alchemy that could do that the alchemist community might not like?
Oh, well, let's see. Let's see. Aquatic beings and alchemy. That sounds like the Sea King we're talking about.
Yes.
Indeed
is
it is.
the question of the hour. Fuck.
Well, the Sea King had many things in his courts. I mean, it's been a long time, but I mean, they had a lot of alchemists, sure, and he had to get his bloodline from somewhere, right?
Wait, what?
The Sea
Yeah, I
King.
thought
He had a
blood-
bloodline, right?
Wait, they gave the bloodline?
I don't know.
I don't know about you, but right now, about now, I'm seeking a reason to go on.
Wait a minute.
That's a funny one. I like that one.
Shut up!
Hey,
can
Matteo, you finally found
can
someone who likes
alchemists
the jokes.
Fuck you.
can
This building makes
alchemists
me angry.
give arcane power or any magic power?
Well, yeah, alchemy is a form of magic. I mean, there's no reason why one couldn't lead into the other. Things lead into other things all the time.
Which would imply why the lineage is synthetic.
Hmm?
It's the title.
Ah, I see. That's a very interesting book you
Yeah,
got.
okay,
there.
this is a very old guy, right?
Oh yeah. No, he's easily over 100.
I want to give him my potion that allows the person to recall information. I want him to take this fucking potion.
You
And I
handed
want
the
him.
potion.
Yeah, the one that you recall information.
He
want
looks
him to
down at it
take
for a moment and looks it over and say, "You know, it's not often other people sell me potions.
I'm not selling. It's a gift.
Gifts
a
are scary
favor.
things, you know. What were you asking
They can
for?"
be. This is just information.
Hmm. You want me to take this and give you information?
If you're okay with it, we're not gonna force
Please
you.
specify the type of information.
I
For
know.
the love of
we
God,
will.
specify it.
We will. We will. Before you
And
take
to
it,
take,
please.
I mean, you should probably drink it, not just put it on your cart.
Yeah.
So you want me to drink this potion
Okay.
and give you information?
I want you to drink that potion and give us information that you know related to the Sea King and his bloodline and how he implanted that bloodline to become the Sea King and the lineage it went like moving forward. How he created this bloodline that you've told us about a little already.
I'll do my best. He would pop the cork on the potion before he holds it up. He smells it for a moment before getting out a glass and pouring out the potion and swirling it around like a fine wine. He continues to do that for a moment before leaning down and smelling it again, taking a sip, swishing it around, waiting a moment, finally downing the rest of the glass. You sip for a second and go, I give it a 4. Whoever made that one was sloppy. Well, let's see. About the Sea King and his bloodline. It's been a long time since he was around. I don't think I ever met the man, but let me think for a minute. There were a lot of alchemists back then. I'm sure that in all of the expeditions and everything down there, I'm sure they would have had to find at least one alchemy lab. And if you're so certain that the bloodline was implanted, well, we know that the bloodline is... We know that it's divine magic, but I suppose a skilled enough cleric and a skilled enough alchemist could hypothetically make something like that. So if you were going to mimic it, I suppose a strong enough wizard might be able to create an arcane bloodline. It's an interesting idea if you really think about it. I mean...
Do you think it's feasible to assume that a wizard would have given him this arcane bloodline?
Well, I don't think it would happen. I don't know of any alchemist who could do it now, but I suppose... Well, there's a lot of dark things down there in the ocean. If you found the right one. Perhaps.
So some item might be able to do this as well, not just you said what you thought you would need a skilled cleric and a skilled alchemist.
I suppose if you had those two things, maybe, but I'm pretty good at my job, and I couldn't do it.
But you're saying there might be some item that could help with this too?
I
That he
mean, there's
could
a
have
lot
found?
there's a lot of relics down there. I mean, who's to say what he could have found? But I more meant a creature. There are many dark creatures down there under the depths. That one knows that, and he would point up at Marivin.
How do you know about that?
You learn a lot of things when you travel the world.
That information hasn't been shared with many.
I'm not blind.
I'm gonna take this moment to actually study Marivin. Has anything actually changed about him? Other than the fact that he's wearing a necklace of the sea gods currently chained and locked around his neck.
Besides that, no,
Dream
you would
gods.
notice nothing. You would notice nothing of detail besides the necklace.
I'm gonna gesture towards the necklace. Hey Marivin, I think I have an idea. Your necklace. That's probably how you could tell.
How so?
I don't know. I don't know anything about the necklace. I just know what happened after it.
Where did they find this necklace again?
Oh, they found it in one of the tombs.
How the fuck?
The old city. Beneath the waves.
That would explain.
Do you know where that's at by chance, and whether it's guarded?
Oh, it's a very dangerous place. That's why they always only sent the kobolds and, well, I guess some goblins down there.
You said a good enough cleric could have gave the bloodline, correct?
Maybe, hypothetically. You'd have to be a very
Then
good cleric.
It would explain if the lineage was drawn from the divine magic of Noctua.
Oh, Noctua? That old man doesn't give lineages.
That old man's a bitch.
He's a little.
You know him?
Well, of course I do.
I meant personally.
I meant personally.
Well, I mean, I don't have drinks with the guy, but...
What was your name, Mr. Troll? I don't seem to remember if we ever got it.
Well, you're the first one in a while to ask me that. It's Mulligan.
Mulligan.
Mulligan. Mulligan the troll.
Uh-huh. And you said that potion was like a 4. You sell potions?
I do.
What do you got?
I got lots of things.
Well, show me the stuff that's above what I was given. Give me like the 6, 7s, 8, 9s, and 10s. What do you got?
Well, I would say compared to what you gave me, everything I have is above that.
All right.
Right here, I'll get you some bang for your buck, and he would get a big bucket out of the cart, and you would see it is filled with tiny and unlabeled potions.
I love this. This is what I wanted. Yes.
He sets it down the top, and he says, "It's easy. 5 gold a potion."
5 gold a potion. 5
And to
gold
clarify,
potion.
what all do they do?
Oh, I don't know.
That's fine. Let's see here. I would like. Let's see. Give me 5 potions. I want 5 potions.
Okay. He waits for you to put the 25 gold down before getting out 5 small vials and setting them out in front of you. Each one seems to be slowly shifting colors. He goes, easy. 5 potions.
Thank you, Mr. Mulligan.
Of course, Midas.
Not gonna bother asking how you know my name.
You introduced yourself.
Oh, okay, good. Good.
I
Mulligan.
saw that fear in your voice. It's okay. I heard it.
Mulligan, do you know if the Sea King had like a royal crest?
The Sea King's royal crest. Well, yes, actually, he had one. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. It's the same one the Finns use.
The green one?
Green
Or- no,
background with the
sorry.
blue fish.
Hey, wait a minute. What color is the fish?
Blue.
It's blue.
What type of fish is it? This is asking out of character as well.
I'm sorry.
What type of fish is on the seal?
I don't know how to answer that question. I'm not much of a marine biologist.
Is it similar to the one that swam away in that one dream?
No.
Great. Continue.
Well, anybody else want to buy some potions?
I think I'm fine.
I have no interest.
Nope.
Unless you have something that can heal, for instance, cough cough ability damage.
Healing ability damage. Well, I suppose.
BRB.
Well, that's not so easy to do, young man. I mean, that might be a little pricey. You okay with that?
Well, I suppose that depends on the price. We'll see. It's just something that I've recently had to worry about, so I'm gauging how much it's actually worth to me.
Well, I suppose, if I was going to make that, I suppose I could make one, but we're probably talking. That might be about 200 gold, I think. All said and done. Yeah, I think that's about right.
Do you already have some in stock, or would you have to make them custom?
It wouldn't take me long. I work pretty quick.
Alright. Well, I think I'll get back to you on that one. I don't think I want any quite right now. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Nope.
Well,
I know Jasper's busy, but I have a feeling we're going to need to have another talk with him.
I haven't seen Jasper. How's that old coot doing?
Oh, he's been doing alright, all things considered.
Yeah, hard times for his family.
I'm not sure it's just his family at this point.
No. A lot of people will be having hard times soon. But that's okay. That's just the way life works.
Ain't that the truth?
Hey, wait, what do you mean by soon?
Wait, yeah, what the fuck? Hold on.
I caught that, but I didn't want to say anything because I wanted to see if anyone else caught it first.
Yeah, no, I caught it.
Can't you smell it?
I
Only thing I'm
can.
smelling is a bunch of bullshit.
This feels like that Willy Wonka scene.
No, no, stop. Really? Can't you smell it in the air?
I'm ready to move on. Are you guys ready to go?
Is it raining currently?
No.
I don't see Harold anywhere around.
Do I smell tree sap or dwarves? I don't know.
Turmeric?
Turmeric?
Sulfur? I don't know.
What
Turmeric
the
was the
fuck?
first thing in my head.
Turmeric? What the
Oh.
fuck?
You all do notice that the air smells of salt and smells like rain is coming. I'm sure you
Oh,
all know
no.
exactly what I'm referring to.
No.
Run that by me again?
You know the smell when rain is coming?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very strong.
Oh, no.
Within like a couple hours, within a couple days.
It's always hard to say. And it may not even come right away. You know, sometimes storms just go right past you and you never know.
Is Harold Storm in the sky anywhere?
Not that you can see.
Oh. Different storm. Lovely.
Well, there are many storms. No, it really is a shame.
I'm
I
sure you
normally
heard
like-
what happened to them.
Oh no, I was talking about the rain.
I mean, rain's not that bad, is it?
No, but it's been almost 2 weeks.
Why is that a
Is-
shame?
That's specifically.
Well, it rains a lot here, I'm sure you've noticed. So why hasn't it been raining?
The island's odd. Well, the island's always changing around. Sometimes storm might change too.
Perhaps, but... Well, you know where the storm comes from, don't you?
Not in particular.
The storms in Beachcrest are very rarely natural.
Normally from a specific druid.
So you do know from where the storms come here.
I do.
Unfortunately.
So let me ask you, boys.
How the fuck did we know this?
Harold.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So let me ask you, boys. Why hasn't it been raining?
Harold hasn't shown up.
He's either scared or he feels bad.
He's on the council.
He's hiding, or not hiding, but laying
Harold
low.
is many things, but he is neither scared, nor is he the type to regret his actions.
How do you know all this?
Because I know him.
So he's been taken somewhere where his magic can't reach.
What did he say in response to my question?
Because I know him.
Okay.
Interesting.
I think he was summoned to the council, was he not? Or
Well,
summoned
sure.
by them.
But weren't you also summoned to the council? Well, in a way, anyway.
Not sure we'd be entirely welcome.
No, of course not, but you took a trip. And he travels much faster than you do.
Is the storm that's coming natural or druid?
Who could say?
Seems like you could. I
Sure, I'll
said, seems like you could.
You sure are putting a lot of faith in some old geezer's foretellings.
Yeah. Sure. am.
Well, I've always been told my elders are superior. Or, well, wisdom-wise.
I'm hardly your
Wiser.
elder, young man.
Well, elder than me.
I like to think I'm young at heart.
That's what they all say.
Maybe, but my heart's certainly younger than yours.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
About alchemy or a good diet?
I don't think I want to be in here anymore.
I don't think
we're
you wanted to be
outside.
here to begin with.
I thought we were in a fucking alchemy shop. What do you mean we're outside?
This guy's a cart.
Here's the cart.
It's a cart.
He's been doing all this from a cart.
That actually weirdly makes it make more sense.
That's why you can smell the rain.
No, he literally just stopped the cart, opened the doors on the cart, and pulled a massive shelf out of the back of the cart. like it's hanging like on rails, like a desk drawer, out the back of the cart.
Jeez.
Is this horse-drawn or self-driving?
He actually pushes it.
It's troll drawn.
Troll drawn.
And also probably troll built.
It's not even drawn, though. That's just pushed.
That's just push.
I don't know why that's much funnier than it probably should be.
That's not troll drawn. That's just push. Oh fuck. That shouldn't be as funny as it is.
Must take a lot of strength to push a cart.
No, well, it certainly does, but I have a lot of practice.
Man, this conversation is getting intriguing and more intriguing by the why don't you stop by the old tree trunk sometime, Mulligan? It was wonderful talking to you.
And
And
hey, I think Matteo is starting a circus if you ever want
that too.
to spread some word.
Yeah,
Don't
so
you
just
don't you curse
stop
me with
on
this, you
by
fuckers.
the tree trunk, talk
I'm
to
gonna
Matteo as
fucking-
long as you like, and yeah.
I haven't been by this.
He's always happy to talk to you.
ages. I haven't been by since those little rugrats were born.
Well, there.
That seems a little
not so
disrespectful.
little anymore.
What do you mean?
I just... Well, someone say something.
You were the one he was talking to. You said that
I-
seems disrespectful.
You said it
I-
was disrespectful. I was like, I don't think so.
I took it weird and was hoping someone would start
That's-
talking.
Okay, I get it.
Well, it has been amazing.
I have already done this. We don't need to keep doing it. Bye, Mulligan. See you later. Thanks
Pleasure
for
to
this.
meet you.
He would start packing it up and then begin pushing it uphill.
Uphill both ways.
It is uphill
In the
towards the
snow,
mountain.
in rain.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, if we ever have to fight that guy, I'm gonna be sick that day.
Yeah, we'll probably die.
He
Well-
knows more.
Yeah, I can tell. I don't fucking like it.
Speaking of, I have a really bad idea.
We're all full of bad ideas.
So, the old city, the sunken one.
Hmm.
I assume. Actually, clarify out of character because I don't actually remember this, but I'm sure Moravaint would. There were expeditions going on there.
Yes.
Finn related, was it General or was it Jasper?
It was both.
It was both.
And several groups that were not the Finns were also involved. Essentially, they had gone looking for the crown of the Sea
Mhm.
King, and no one has found it yet. But there are still expeditions going
We're
on.
definitely seeking something.
Maybe should we go tell Jasper that there's a good chance the lineage is actually synthetic, or at least a hunch? I feel like that's something he might want to know.
It's not like he's. I mean, yeah, we do need to tell him that, but it's like he doesn't have any more shit to add to it. He barely had anything to add to what we told him about the fucking book.
If you guys would go and do that, I have another favor to ask of you. Could you also ask him to set us up an expedition of our own?
Why wouldn't you be with us? What are you doing?
I have something that I would like to prepare for that, but it'll take me some time to get right.
Okay, listen, I'm all for this, but I just want to verify something really quick.
I was gonna retrain one of my arsenal tricks into the one that allows me to give swim speed.
Does that also allow you to breathe underwater?
I'm unsure.
I have a potion for that.
Fair
God
enough.
damn it! Stop the cart!
Fucking book it. We're all just like cartoon running after the troll. He gets faster somehow.
Hey, we need more potions that look like this.
He's just fucking warp stepping. He's just.
Are you actually gonna call out to him, Marivin? Because he's still within earshot.
Yeah, I mean, let's
I
grab
mean,
some more. Why not?
Yeah.
You call out and he stops and he puts the brakes on his cart and he turns around and he goes, "What is it?"
Matteo has something he wants to ask you for.
I'm gonna smack his knees with my cane.
Just kidding. I have something I needed to ask you.
I will sunder your kneecaps next time. Stop doing this.
Oh man, so I have another potion that we might need a couple more of. Is there any way you'd be able to identify it to reproduce it, and or if you already have some that could do the same effect?
Maybe. What's it for?
It's for putting a air bubble around your head.
Sorry,
Ooh.
I'm going to just butt in just real quick. Hey, I just looked at the armor's trick. There's two of them. There's one for the swim speed and one for water breathing. Both are +1.
Good to know.
So I could enchant the armor with those.
Still,
Wouldn't be
we have other
great.
people that need it.
Yeah. Especially because mine's not going to be too good right now.
Guys, I
It's
can't
on
swim
us.
in my current armor.
I know. I can rectify that.
Oh, that's what the swim speed would do. Never mind.
Anyway,
No, I would be able to fix that.
so I show him that potion, see if he has any others that are like it.
Well. That is something I can make. Let me get an idea of how much that would be for you. Well, those are certainly not cheap.
He proceeds to pull out an abacus to do this math.
Yes, he is, and he's looking at a couple different recipe books, to really make sure he knows exactly what he has to make for you.
It's like a fucking vertical abacus, so the pieces just keep falling down each time.
Yeah, he's looking through each of them and goes, well, well, let's see. I could do it that way. Well, yeah, that's what it would take. That's probably the cheapest way to do it. I would need some sapphire dust. I'd need I definitely need some seaweed, some kelp. I need to smoke it too. That's not cheap. Ooh, that's not easy. I'd need dinosaur teeth.
What about a big vampire tooth?
That wasn't the troll, that was the GM.
A big vampire tooth, you say? Did you kill a big vampire?
We were somewhere where a dead one was located.
You were somewhere where a dead vampire was located.
I don't know if it was a vampire. What did it look like to y'all? It had big fangs. I don't fucking know.
Show him the tooth. Maybe he can identify it.
Yeah, here's the tooth.
He takes a look and he goes, "Oh, that's not a vampire. That's just a fang."
Okay. Cool.
Would it work?
Hmm? Oh no, not at all. No. This looks like it comes from something in a mountain. I need something from an ocean.
What if I had some sapphire dust on me? That reduce the cost?
Yeah, actually, I think it would.
Looks like the dust is coming in handy. It's the stuff the goblin was using to mark his trail.
Interesting. When you go to offer him that sapphire dust, he would look and he goes, "Oh no.
Why's that?
I'm just putting that in a drink. You'd kill yourself."
What's so special about it?
This is sapphire dust. I need dust of sapphire.
Well, you see, I'm looking for you to take a sapphire gem and hit it with a hammer. What you just offered me. And kind of leans in. He goes, "That's from Noctua."
Should have guessed. Huh.
I don't
Can
want to
you do
feed you
anything?
that. You'll end up in the wrong ocean.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'll hold on to that.
Don't worry about it, though. It's not too expensive. I'll even give you a discount. 600 gold each.
Yep, you got it.
Isn't that like...
60 platinum.
Yeah.
How many do we have?
You have one, I believe.
Yeah.
And how long do they last?
That's a really good question, young man. I hadn't really thought about it too much. Let's see.
That's GM talk for he didn't Google it.
That gets carried to 1. Let's see here. How
1d6
Let's see,
seconds.
It kind of depends on how good it is. Well, let's see here. I'm pretty good at my job.
I'm pretty good at my
think-
job. Go fuck yourself.
He did that was rhetorical. Don't.
Mine should probably last about 8 hours.
Oh fuck. Okay, I'll buy 2 of them.
I'll buy one.
Okay. And he starts making them before handing them back out to each of you and goes, "So, pretty simply, these potions are going to work great as long as you breathe water."
Oh.
What?
What the fuck? We're gonna have to put like
So
a
we're
fucking.
just going on a very long expedition.
We're gonna have to put like a fucking fishbowl over our heads if we get out of water.
I'm sure we could find like a pot or something down there.
Wait. So you just made these potions for water breathing that don't allow you to breathe water.
No. You'll breathe
No.
water. Great.
We're not allowed to get out of the water onto dry land.
Oh,
once we've
okay.
Taken.
Makes sense.
Can I give you guys some advice though?
What's that?
He kind of leans in. He goes, "I wouldn't go yet."
No.
Regardless, we still need
We have a few
preparation.
things that we're planning on first.
Oh, speaking of a couple places I was planning on going, Matteo, how's the Elorian Citadel? I was thinking about making a pass.
I just gonna stare at Matteo.
The nightlife is amazing.
That's what I've heard.
I would highly recommend you go out. Stay out all night. It'll be great.
I did hear it's very entertaining.
But if you find it to be too much for you, go look for a man named Joffrey. He'll love your company in this bar.
I've met Joffrey.
Oh, well then you already know.
Yeah, we get along great.
That doesn't surprise me in the fucking slightest.
Yeah, no, I gave him a, well, he calls it a potion. I call it a poison. I gave him one to make him, how do you put it? To reduce one's constitution?
Constitution
So
or
drugs?
constipation?
Constitution.
Sorry.
It makes the drugs hit harder.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense for Joffrey. Jesus.
No, guy likes his coke. Good chap, though.
How much is one of those potions?
The Constitution ones?
That's right.
Oh, I don't keep those around much. Also, they don't really stay good long. Like, those ones kind of go bad. To be honest, I kind of just throw them together whenever I need them, you know?
Fair enough.
Besides, you don't want to carry something like that around. It's illegal.
Who gives a fuck about that? Yeah,
According to whose laws?
you're right. My bad.
Well, most of them, actually. The dwarves especially, though.
Does Beechcrest have laws against it?
Against poison? Yeah.
Yeah, but the Elorian Citadel sure doesn't, I'm sure.
Oh, no, they definitely do.
He's just
Or did.
Joffrey.
I don't think it matters much if you're using it on yourself.
That's what I said.
Is there anything you can't make?
No, there's a handful of things.
A sorceress bloodline?
Well, that's one of them. No. There are things that alchemists have been working on a long time that are still out of reach, but closer every
Philosopher's
day.
Stone.
That comes to mind, yeah. Ambrosia, the Philosopher's Stone, Elixir of Immortality.
The what stone?
The Philosopher's Stone. An alchemical item used for resurrection.
The fuck's that got to do with philosophy?
Oh, no, it was just, the story is that it was made by a philosopher.
Why does
Philosophers
a
practice alchemy?
Why does a philosopher need to be immortal?
Well, I mean, old alchemists called themselves philosophers because they were, looking at life a different way. It also is said to turn lead into gold.
Those are two vastly different things.
Now that's something I can get behind.
Do you
No,
know
the
what-
legends say the legends say it was a really, really interesting looking rock, and when you broke it open, it had this liquid metal in the middle, and if you poured that liquid metal onto lead, it would turn into gold. And if you poured it into a dead body, they would come back to life.
Huh.
As if
Why-
the gods themselves brought them back.
Why would those two things be in the same object? That just seems.
Yeah, that seems a little fucking ridiculous. I don't know about you.
I feel like you would
look,
just
man,
be
look,
better to
man.
make them separate.
Look, man, I'm just saying that's what the story says. I haven't made one. There are some really interesting stories we have replicated, though.
Like?
Color me curious.
Well, I made a drug that makes you smart.
And you haven't drank it yet.
Well, that's rude. No, it
How
can
long-
make you smart. It can help you see things another way. Some people, it functions like liquid courage.
Like alcohol?
No, like, you want to see?
I don't think
Sure.
my ballsy ass needs to be drinking that.
I mean,
Sure, I can make it for
I'm
you.
not the brightest.
How much is
curious.
this one?
Oh no, I'll let you try it.
I'll do it.
He
Oh,
I guess we're drinking shit out of a troll's van now.
he
Karter.
Fuck
would
it, that could be
get out a
smarter.
mortar and pestle and some various herbs. A bright purple herb is one of the ones he grabs that you do not recognize, and he would begin grinding them all up before putting down 4 sets of dust. And each one, he would look to each of you and say, "So, tell me, do you want to be smart? Do you want to help your view of the world? Or do you wish to have courage?"
Smart.
That's 1 for
Um,
intelligence.
I
I took a
mean,
bite of a cookie. Hang on.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't mind intelligence personally.
These won't last long, I hope you know that.
Oh, then view of the world.
I mean,
I'll take courage just to make
none
it
of
so
them are
we're
going to
even.
last long, right? They're all going to last the same amount of time, right?
I
Yeah.
prefer to have a better view for a second than intelligence for a second.
Ah, fuck that. Give me the intelligence.
What about you, Matteo? You seem like a man who could use help getting over some stage fright.
If there's anyone in this group that has stage fright, it's not fucking me. But other forms of interaction, yeah, that might be the case.
He would make 3 separate herbs and put them into each of the small canisters before turning to Moravaint. And for you?
Oh, I thought I was going for the courage one.
Oh, you're going for courage as well. All right. He makes another one of the third and hands them to each of you before making another one and handing and taking it himself. Each of them looks an awful lot like it should be snorted.
Snort it.
Uh,
This is unfortunately familiar.
As each of you take it, you would each feel a sudden mental effect. To those of you who chose to be smart, you get a +2 bonus to your intelligence.
What,
To
what
those
can
of
I
you
do
who
with
chose
that?
to see a better view of the world, you gain your wisdom. To those of you who choose courage, you gain charisma. However, as you do this, you would all feel other effects as well. To Cam, your muscles seem to twitch, and like you can't quite get them to work the way you want them to. Karter, your view is amazingly clear. You are wiser than you've ever been, but it takes your body some time to catch up. Your dexterity is reduced.
Mm.
As for the 2 of you that chose courage, it does function a lot like alcohol. You both are quickly able to realize that you're much more confident, and you're able to speak more eloquently. However, you also can notice that while you feel invincible, your body itself seems less steady, as if your constitution would be lowered.
Fuck. All right, that makes sense.
So, you said I got a +2 to intelligence. What can I do with that? Like, +2 to
So,
intelligence
for
to
future
smart?
reference, in case this ever comes up again, on your sheet, here's how this would work. If you would go to your attributes, right?
I'm there.
Ooh, actually, I don't know how to... There's no way of adding a temporary modifier here, is there?
Nope.
Interesting. In that case, we would have to go to buffs. which I would need to... Okay, basically, any time that you would use your intelligence, you're going to treat the modifier as if it were 2 higher.
Yeah, I know that, but what do I use intelligence for? Like, I'm not exactly sure what
Oh,
I
I'm
use
sorry.
intelligence.
Skills. A lot of skills use intelligence. For example, you can see on the right side on all of them what they use.
Knowledge checks, for instance.
Yeah, so if you go to your skills page, like acrobatics says dex at the far right, appraise says int, for example.
Oh.
Yeah, it's knowledge is crafts and spellcrafts.
And linguistics.
Oh yes.
So that was useless to me, essentially.
The
You would say
wisdom one would be
these
good
will
for
last
me.
about 10 minutes or so.
These ones, or
Yeah, the ones I just gave you. Well, I mean, all of them. They always last about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
It's my little stimulants, you know.
and how much would the ones for the viewpoint? How much would those work? Cost?
They'd be a lot more expensive if I needed to make them stable for the road. Generally, I just give them to friends when we're around, but I suppose if I was needing to make them something that would travel with you, I'd have to mess with it a little bit. I'd have to get it exactly the way I wanted it so it would stay good. Not me looking for the poison stats.
To
Totally
clarify, I'm
me
not
looking
interested in
for-
buying any right now, but putting a +2 to my wisdom modifier sounds kind of nice. And to clarify, that wasn't +2 wisdom for a +1 bonus, that was a +2 bonus?
Yeah, it's a +4 for a +2 bonus.
Jesus Christ.
It
That adds
is
+2 to my attack modifier.
it is likewise a -4 to the other.
Yeah.
Could he pull back out the bucket of potions that he had before?
Yeah, of course, he gets out the bucket.
Uh-huh. Well, since I got this plus whatever to intelligence, can I try appraise, like, on all the different potions in the bucket?
Interesting. No.
Fuck.
If you had craft alchemy, you could do that.
What the fuck? Why can't I use appraise?
I had an alchemist once upon a time.
Appraising is finding out what something is worth, and it would be really good for most items and things like that. But specifically, potions have to be identified by like purely their like smell and things like that. Because you take enough of the potion to see what it is you're using it. You can't just look at a potion and tell what it does.
Huh.
Fuck it. I mean, I feel like I'm just wasting this intelligence. I'll do a knowledge local check on old Mulligan.
Knowledge local on Mulligan. You know what? You've been reading a lot of books around here.
I got a high knowledge local. That's the only reason why. Knowledge local. Will I myself do a modifier at all, or will I just let you do that?
I'll go ahead and do it. I can do it mentally. It's fine. Just roll it. Mulligan. I'd say you would have heard some stories about Mulligan. A lot of people say there's something weird about him, but most know he's kind of harmless. He shows up now and again to sell goods. People also know to be very careful when buying from him because sometimes things aren't exactly what you think they are when you buy them.
Yeah, no
Um,
shit.
There's been a lot of suspicion that he might be a fae. But there's never been any actual confirmation. As far as you're aware, he's never actually shown that he's a fae. Beyond just the fact that he speaks weirdly and is very particular about what he says.
Could I do a perception check to see, like, if I could tell if he were a fae, or would that not work?
I will give you your 26 in perception.
Yeah.
And tell you that he has no defining characteristic that would make him seem like he's fae.
In other words, there's no way in hell.
If he was fae, there is something that stops you from making perception checks. I'll put it that way.
There's no getting around that either.
I mean,
you could ask him.
What was that goblin's name in the last campaign? Cogswobble or something like that?
Oh, what was it? It was something cogswoggle.
God, what? Horns knob or some shit?
All right. I asked you to
Jesus
pull. I was gonna say I asked you to pull the potion bucket back out. So in order for there to be something,
That's
each
what
one
it
of
was.
these,
Okay, so good.
each one of these is 5 gold, right?
Yep.
All right, Mulligan, pick one more for me for 5 gold.
He grabs another random potion and hands it to you.
No, I want you to take some time to think about this. All right.
Oh, okay. He puts it back and he looks around in it.
He's gonna hand you the same potion.
Why do I need to think about this again?
Nah, just do it.
He hands you the same potion.
All right, sounds good. That was the one I was looking for.
Anything else I can help you boys with?
GM, could you tell me what the 2 potions I got last week were?
You got 4 last week, didn't you?
I thought I only got 2. I wrote down 2. 1 clear and 1 orange is what I wrote down.
So I gave you the 10 from the last time.
Yeah, you told me those 10, but
That's right. We had 2 potions and 2 scrolls. That's what it was.
Uh-huh. The scrolls.
Yes. The potions were a potion of guidance and a potion of resistance.
Potion.
I vaguely remember this.
You did also get 2 scrolls.
Yeah.
But I don't remember who those were given to.
I think Matteo, because
As I say, I don't think I would have them because I can't do whatever you
was
need to
Matteo.
do to activate them.
What was I given? I'm sorry.
2 scrolls?
Blank
don't-
scrolls.
No, they were
Blank.
magical.
No, they weren't blank. They were just sealed.
Yeah, they were
I don't-
sealed. One was like
Oh
rainbow.
yeah, I was given this.
One was rainbow and one was
One was rainbow and one was black.
black.
Honestly, I feel like in this town you could have gotten these appraised by now, and you probably would have. I think that's reasonable to say. Your black scroll, Braden, is a scroll of cause fear, and your rainbow is a scroll of color spray.
That makes sense.
What does that do?
It's fey magic.
Color spray?
Yeah. If I remember correctly, it's like a blinding effect. It dazzles your target. If I remember correctly.
I know it's different in 1E and 2E. One of them was it makes it so they get a negative to, like, any hiding or invisible thing. Or being invisible.
I think that's fairy fire.
Yeah, that might be what I'm thinking of.
Color
That's
spray. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's actually stronger than I remembered. It causes creatures to be stunned, possibly blinded, and potentially knocking them unconscious.
Jesus. Okay.
I like that. That's cool.
It is a first level spell.
Are they both first level spells?
Yes, they are.
Which means that's like the weakest level of spell?
Level 0 is the weakest, but
Oh, okay.
and cause fear is a single target, and if that creature has 5 or fewer hit dice, it runs away.
Which means if it's level 5 or less, right?
Kind of. Some animals are like a lower level but a higher HD, for example.
Okay.
Like I think a wolf is like a 1/3 CR but a 2 HD. If it was a person, a human being, it would be level 5.
Okay.
I just love that I'm just going to have random moments where I'm just like, all right, guys, I'm taking a potion. And I have no idea what's about to happen.
I want you to know that it is absolutely fantastic every time.
I was gonna say, it'll be just weird moments, too. We're just talking to somebody and be like, guys, I'm taking a potion.
Taking a potion is a standard action, just to let you know.
I did know that already because I was asking about it the last week.
However, you can draw as a part of using it, so you don't have to actually get it out of your pack or anything. You can just say you're going to use one.
All right.
You specifically can do that. Most people cannot.
I decide to drink.
You drink what?
He was just
No,
saying.
that was just. I'm just
okay.
saying.
Heard. All right. Is that the last thing you need from the troll?
That's it for me.
I think so.
Indeed.
Ugh. Okay.
All right. So the troll packs up and continues pushing uphill. He pushes this cart with relative ease.
Alrighty.
Where to now, boys?
So I know we shouldn't do it yet. However, I do want to talk to Jasper about setting up an expedition and asking him about what he has planned for our. Let's be honest, we're going to have to assault that ship. So, what he's got planned for us.
I think he's still cooking that up.
Oh, sure, but like, if we can help with any leads or anything like that, he might have. Take some things off of his plate so we can get there faster. A lot of his fins. He's lost a significant portion of his allies. So we should probably talk to him about like seeing who we can bring in if he trusts anybody to kind of reinforce him.
He could run his propaganda a little better too.
Yeah.
Well, we at least need to tell him that his bloodline is maybe synthetic.
that it's possible that there's a cleric or a wizard of some sort that could be part of it.
Cleric, wizard, or something from the depths.
All right. You return to the bar. You find Jasper in the back room, poring over some old books.
You want the good news or the bad news, Jasper?
Let's keep the streak going. What's the bad news?
It's entirely possible that our mutual friend, the General, found something under the water in those expositions of the Sunken City that gave him some insight on the bloodline. Our actual alchemist friend, the troll, mentioned that, while it's unlikely, it's possible that a extremely strong cleric or wizard of some sort might have been able to grant it to him.
The more I've read, the more confident I am. He may have the power. He doesn't have the bloodline. He would just have to be mimicking it. I suppose that difference is minimal, but there's no way he has my bloodline. A bloodline has to be developed. It takes time and training. You have to familiarize yourself. It expands when you do. Even if someone managed to give him his bloodline, he wouldn't have this yet.
On the topic of your bloodline, it traces back to the Sea King, correct?
Yes, I am a direct descendant.
There is a chance that the Sea King's magic was given to him.
Well, something had to give it to him.
Artificially.
You're implying that his bloodline was alchemical.
With a mix of divine. If we are to believe the troll.
If it was, it could still, at least as far as I can tell, be passed down. But that would also make it easier to obtain as well. So while you have the actual bloodline, the bloodline itself could be synthetic, I think is what he's trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Which is, I understand, would probably be a culture shock of sorts.
I think that is a semantic difference, not a real one. If a cleric combined with an alchemist to create the bloodline, it's still the will of the gods.
We could ask the god.
I'd say that's more the will of man. Or whatever the equivalent of that phrase in a world where humans are the only sentient species.
I mean...
The will of mortals, I suppose, would be the correct.
Yeah.
I suppose it could be, but the god still lent the power. The god had to allow the cleric.
Suppose that's
we
fair.
do have a first-hand source. He's not the talkative type, but...
Who do you mean?
Noctua.
Noctua is not the god my bloodline comes from.
Which god is it?
The god of the sea, not the god of deep dreams.
Back to square one.
Whether it is or is not synthetic, it's something that at the very least, has caught my interest. It may not be helpful in the near future, but if you don't mind, I would like to ask you to help us set up an expedition so that at the very least I could look into it myself.
I could have that arranged, but we can't do it until the sea is secured. I can't risk having you all out there when the boat comes in.
Speaking of, how's that going along? You got anything planned or anything we can help with?
Well, one of two things is going to happen. Either his ship is going to come to dock, because he'll have to get supplies. If he goes back to the old throne, I have men watching it now. Now that the war has gone outright, that facility is far less safe for him. And I suspect it won't behave very well. I've informed the rules of that particular settlement. It's not clear territory I have any desire to hold, and I think they'll look for any excuse to expand their domain. As for the other plan, is he could rush the attack. I was sitting down and looking over the blueprints with our engineer friend, and we did come across something interesting, actually. He can't fire it in open sea. The cannons, the kickback, the effect, would tip the boat if he was out in open sea. He has to anchor it.
Sounds to me like a good way to capsize the ship.
If you could manage to fire all of the cannons at high power, maybe.
So in other words, we have to take the boat?
I doubt we could even get you on the boat. While the main cannons can't function, the side cannons certainly can. What I was thinking, more importantly, is that in order for him to bombard any city, ours included, he has to enter shallow water. He can't bombard us from range. Which means if he wants to take this city, he has to come at it. That means we're on the defensive.
Only problem is,
Wait.
it can withstand cannon fire, can it not?
You would see Jasper kind of grin a little bit and say, well, it can. But I'm working on something for that.
I'm sure he doesn't want to destroy the whole city, but if push comes to shove, could he not anchor out and just bombard the city? Rebuild?
He would have to have anchored within range of the shallows. Once you hit the shelf, the anchors won't be stable.
What if he just used? What if he used the long range instead of the more powerful cannons?
The long range are the ones.
Oh.
Those are the powerful cannons he has to dock for. If he were to anchor on the edge of the shelf, his top cannons would have a hard time hitting the town. It'd be within range. He'd have to bombard it just like anyone else would. We've been raided
one hell
by
of a place for your setup, then.
No, we like the deep sea. The city is down below the shelf. For us, this was ideal. The fact that it makes us better defended was a bonus. The good news is that means he will have to come into close engagement. He'll have to take the ground by force. Sure, he'll have cannons and ballistas pointed at it, but that's always the case in a naval siege. His ship is no more powerful to us than any other.
Which means manpower is the only thing you're missing.
I have some, but Yes, I do need more. I've been trying not to talk to the dwarves.
Because then they'll hold a favor over you,
They'll show
or
it
be
as
seen as weak.
They'll hold that over our head and say that's proof we can't defend ourselves, that we need their troops to be around. I won't be having that.
And the Imperials might get involved.
We don't want that either.
I would also like to mention ahead of time, the Imperials could already be involved. But not on our side. I don't remember if I've mentioned, but while I was imprisoned, an Inquisitor, I assume the same one that came after you, Marivin, met me. Actually helped me out of the jail cell.
An Inquisitor is far from Imperial intervention, though. As far as I'm aware, the Imperials haven't picked a side yet. And I do happen to know that any Imperials that do pick a side wouldn't pick the side of the coup d'etat. I am, how do you say, a moderate compared to him. Now, the good news is they have to come in and attack, which means we have the opportunity to counterattack. I hope that I can trust you all to help with that.
I'm sure I'll help as much as I can.
Well, here's the deal. This isn't the first time we've been under attack. This won't be the last, and we can prepare ourselves accordingly. We will have some level of siege weaponry prepared, though I doubt it's much more than minor injuries for them. If we're going to take down that ship, we're going to have to take it down another way. We're going to have to take the ship. You were right about that.
If you take the ship, is there any chance of keeping it for yourself?
Potentially, perhaps. I wouldn't turn down such an advantage.
Be a hell of an advantage against the mountain people.
And against
But
the
right now,
Imperial.
I'd settle for getting it out of my water.
Fair.
Protect our people, then we'll worry about political advantage. I was planning on trying to send out some requests to try to get some help. To be honest, though, my reach doesn't extend much past Beachcrest.
Who do you already have?
A handful of orc tribes in the region. Matteo introduced us to a while back. A handful of dwarves that I do actually trust. I know Ivy is already itching.
I suppose you don't want to pull any strings with the Citadel.
I don't have many strings to pull with them.
What about Stormwater?
I'll be honest, I'm not on the best terms with some of them. I'm not certain which side they'd pick. As of now, I'm going to keep them out of it. I actually was going to talk to Matteo and see if he would mind sending a message to the Citadel.
And have you already talked to the orc camp above them? The Restoration? We met them not too long ago.
I have not met anyone from there yet.
I don't know if this would be exactly their, Don't know if they've been interested in involvement, given the distance and the nature of it.
No, but we did save their people.
We did, and those people are paying that debt.
We could call it even. Might be able to send them back home. I saw how you felt about what did he say he wanted his name to be called? The chauffeur when we went to go visit the Citadel.
Oh, it was some joke.
Jeeves.
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 And it's reasons like that that I'm not exactly too keen on getting the Citadel involved. But
To be honest, Matteo, I'm somewhat desperate.
yeah,
Would they not also hold that over your head?
I'd rather deal with Joffrey than the dwarves.
Something that actually I might agree with. As dumb as it sounds. At least he'll stab you in the front.
Me and Joffrey have had arrangements in the past. It wouldn't be the first. He understands that I'm not going to give up anything in the long term.
I don't know about you, but I wouldn't
I've
count
got
on
a
him
bad feeling about this. Sorry.
All right. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't exactly count on him showing up when you need him.
I'm not counting on him. But I assume you could put us in touch.
I can do that.
I appreciate it. As for the orc camp up there, if you don't feel confident asking them yourself, I wouldn't mind at least being able to speak with the people from there. Could that be
I
arranged?
could talk. Be much more happy to talk to them.
They're also probably much more likely to actually help us, even if they don't have a horse in the race. Actually, maybe because they don't have a horse in the race.
Could you do me a favor as well? When you head back home, I'd like you to deliver a letter for me. It's to Mesquite. He would.
I can make sure it arrives.
He would get an envelope out of the desk and hand it to you. It's sealed with his signet. Why do I have a feeling this is not going to be over as quickly as I had hoped?
It never is.
Same shit, different storm.
I hate to ask, I know it's a sensitive topic, but have you seen Harold?
The
better hope
troll
I
had
don't.
mentioned that there's a storm coming.
Well, he had mentioned that there hadn't been any storms, but one is coming.
Which is more worrisome.
He always has been cryptic.
But he's
I'm not
also a lot smarter than he lets on.
Can't say I'm exactly keen on seeing him again.
I'm a little worried about the fact that he said a storm was coming, because not just with Harold, but also the ship does better in storms, does it not?
Can also be overloaded by storms.
Exactly.
Then comes the next question. If Harold does show up, is it going to be a benefit to us or a detriment?
Why would they make their ship better in storms?
Planning on
Why
making a deal with Harold?
They have the girl, Violet, if they...
That's leverage. And to take beach, or yeah, to take the city, that's motive.
Problem is, what would Harold gain out of that?
Violet.
What does he want with her?
To bring her back? He didn't seem exactly thrilled that she got taken.
But the problem is, he's got to know,
Didn't really seem
if the
that
general
worried
takes over the
about it.
town, they're taking Violet again.
Maybe he's not as smart as we think he is.
He's not as stupid as we think he is.
Just out of character, could you remind me what Teddy told us of the druids? Because I don't want to accidentally be meta. Like in his death vision.
I don't know what you're getting at, so I don't know how to answer that question.
About what his circle has done and did.
You know that his circle historically was known for tearing down anything that got too big.
Do you think any of these cities got too big?
If anywhere's too big, it's the fucking Citadel, not here.
Could be all of it.
But why would he start with this? Spite?
To show a feigned loyalty.
To what? To the
To
general?
use this ship.
It would be more loyalty to the council, would it not? Wait a minute. That's what the druids did. They watched the world burn. They burnt down cities.
What are you talking about?
Sorry, we're give us just a moment, Jasper.
If the council
So-
reconvened,
They're making the council back. That's why they killed Teddy. Because he didn't want to be a part of it.
and that council was responsible for the death of many cities. That might be motivation as to why they might work with the general.
Jasper, plan on Harold being against us. If that ship gets overloaded, if it works better in the storms, how can we use that against it?
You would have to be in a very strong storm for that to overload. That was a hypothetical.
And a very pissed off Harold?
You'd have to talk with the engineer to get the specifics.
Sounds like here soon we're gonna have another chat with him.
Yeah.
I know this isn't exactly thrilling.
Here I was hoping he'd want to work with us. Would have loved to show him what it feels like to get stabbed in the back.
Guess we'll have to stab him in the front.
It'll do.
We still have those spears. Of course,
We
he
do.
moves faster than
Wait a
light.
minute. Jasper, that ship, it has cannons and ballistae, right?
Yes, quite a few.
If we could keep his attention on us and one of us or one of your men could take control of the ballistae, we could use one of the spear bolts that they used to kill Teddy.
We'd have to get him real fucking distracted.
And you'd need a good marksman. He's a small target. Especially
not a-
for a ballista.
Not a
I
bad
wanna
shot.
I wanna be extra clear because I really like where your head's at, and I just want to be clear. You are not proficient with siege engines.
No. Siege engines are a different type
Just-
of gun.
No, ballista are considered siege engines.
Yeah.
You are like 2 feet short of being able to use a ballista efficiently.
But I'm sure Jasper has men that are.
That he does.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Give me just a second. You guys keep
Okay.
talking.
The problem is, how could we find someone that's both a good enough shot and then somehow distract the man that can move as fast as lightning enough that he doesn't dodge it?
Well,
I mean, a ballista bolt's fast, but
Typically,
not
people
that
like
fast.
him, their own hubris is their greatest weakness.
well, hear me out on this one. Just for a moment. If he's there, if he's actively powering the ship, it's being overpowered. We already know that the cannons on top have a longer range during those storms. So, would it not also make sense that the ballistae would fire the bolt at a faster speed? So if we shot him in the back, if he's on the shore,
I have another idea as well. If we got him inside a building but within view of the ballista, he couldn't run.
That's what I was gonna say. If the
He'd be
roof's
done
over
for.
his head,
Yeah, but
can't do shit.
I mean, obviously, getting him inside of a building. How we saw how hesitant he was just standing outside of Teddy's place.
If we anger him enough.
Doubt.
And I've been known to be able to do that pretty well.
Only problem is, are there any buildings in town that, if we were able to get him inside, they'd have a clear shot? Depend on the placement of the ship as well.
as much as I hate to admit it, this bar might. Though, I'm sure Jasper wouldn't be quite happy with that. And we'll have to ask once the DM gets back. Cough, cough.
I'm curious about how much of a roof it has to be as well. Maybe we don't need to have him inside a building. Maybe he just needs to have a big enough covering.
He was under a mountain before.
That might have been overkill.
I really hope it was. I don't want to be too overzealous, though.
Fuck.
Oh, Mr. DM man.
Yes.
Fuck, what were our questions?
I'm so glad you guys started getting questions.
From where the ship could be stationed, what building has the largest roof that we could, for instance, trap Harold in?
I'm sorry, say that one more time?
We are under the assumption that if Harold is under a roof, much like how he was under the mountain, that he is not as mobile. I'm
Okay.
sure that's not entirely true, but like that is so far where
Sure.
we're at. So which building would we be able to get a good shot on him with that ballista? With a ballista.
I will say that if he was on the upper floor of the deck, there is not a building in the town that has a clear shot on the majority of the upper deck.
If the
We
ballista
mean-
was on the upper deck, what building? Okay, we're firing the ballista from the ship into the buildings.
Oh, like you're gonna lure him down into the town and
Yes.
Ah, um, probably. Fuck. I mean, you'd be talking a really small. You'd be talking about firing through a 5-foot wide window at the third range increment for a ballista.
But if it's
Um,
overpowered, it'll probably have a longer range and a higher speed.
I would say probably. I doubt they would even have a second-story building, so I bet all the buildings would be first floors.
I was thinking maybe the bar, because you can see that from the docks.
Maybe. I think that all the buildings would be about equal. I don't know if there's one that like jumps out as being easier.
Put him in the cube.
Put him in the cube.
Not the worst. Not the worst idea. Not a great one either.
No.
I mean, it has a door, technically. Jasper, do you know anything about the cube? Or rather, if there's a way to get in?
We're not allowed in.
Thought
Who
you
is?
ran the town.
I do.
Is it only the automatons that are allowed in?
Mm-mm. No, the smith himself goes in. The smith is there, but he doesn't really allow guests. Could I force my way in? Probably, but I respect him enough to not do that.
Do you know when he comes out?
He doesn't.
Could you send a diplomat via one of the automatons? Or rather, a message?
For what purpose?
If there was any building that would have the most blockage of Herald's power, it would be a giant fucking cube.
He would be unwilling to try to trap a storm mage in his cube.
Even if it was to help save a little girl?
Even if his cube was threatened?
Oh, believe me, he's involved in all of this. He's an ally. But that will be too far. And I don't think it would be very effective. Besides, I don't think that building is as secure as you think it is.
You know, end of the day, if we can lure him inside, we could just hit him ourselves.
Sure, but the second he gets outside, he's out of our reach and can heal.
Then we lock him in.
Lick his wounds.
You saw
It's been a
him when he
while
was in
since I
that
heard
mountain.
It's been a while since you told me the story, but I thought those weapons were known for taking their magic away.
They are. Watched it happen myself. All of us did.
Do you think he'll still be able to get away after you hit him?
Not a fucking chance.
Not to mention, if it went straight through his head or something, I don't think he'd have much of a chance to even get outside.
I'd prefer he have a few last minutes of breath. But that's just me.
I'd prefer he's not given the chance. Doesn't deserve it, but...
No,
best
he
for
deserves
everyone.
worse, is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
exactly. He doesn't deserve a quick death, but, you know, push comes to shove.
I assume you have Ballista in town, Jasper, yes?
Yes, we do.
If we could lead him into town and get him at least temporarily disabled, which building do you think would be the best for that? A ballista is most likely to hit him quickly. He's still fast on his feet even without his magic.
The likelihood of us hitting him with a ballista to begin with is low. They're not that accurate. Ballistas are known for power at range, but I'm quite a marksman myself. I doubt I could hit him. Even if he was standing still.
Unfortunately, I think the best chance we got is sticking him with it.
With all due respect, I think the only reason the ballistas worked on Teddy was his size. It's the broad.
Well, they weren't really ballistas either. They were magically made.
That certainly doesn't hurt.
As much as I'd like to study them, I don't want to go back there and get shot myself.
We have a few.
We have the bolts. We don't have this ballista.
Oh. True.
We have one for each of us, yeah?
Indeed.
I have a question for all of you.
Yes.
I've been working on a plan. But you'd be a pretty important part of it.
I mean, we were a pretty important part of your last one, yeah?
This one's riskier.
Wouldn't be the first time my life's on the line. Nor a
I think
city.
I think I can get you onto the boat. If I got you onto the boat. It would be a pretty bloody fight just to get to the top. And you'd be doing that in live combat. And even once you got there, you'd have to beat the general and his men. And if Harold is involved, him as well.
You know, I'm all for optimism, but, we're not that strong.
No, you won't be alone for it. You'll have backup.
I will, at the very least, hear you out. What have you got in mind?
I've been working on a weapon of our own. The engineer has been helping me out with it. I think it's strong enough to blow a hole in the side. but I suspect after the first round, they'll target it. So I'm not betting on more shots. Once a hole is in the side, if we could get you all to it, that would be your way onto the ship. You'd have to fight your way through the crew. Though most of his people are still, how do you say, green?
Doesn't he have a lot of experienced soldiers on that ship, though?
He has some. Though, from what I heard of what happened, you put experienced soldiers in the ground quite easily.
Their prison guards weren't exactly threatening.
And I doubt those prison guards were newbies. Out of character, you guys are much stronger than your average experienced guard. Like, the power difference between you and your average soldier is pretty extreme.
Enough to take on a ship, though?
We're talking about characters that are, like, level 2. Maybe 1. They're not. Like, most people are not classed like you are.
When the four of us are together, if we can, like, think about combos that we have, we could absolutely take so many of them out at a time.
I mean,
Think about... Okay, how much damage does your chain attack do?
me?
Yeah.
If I upcast it... oh, what the fuck? Am I Russian? If I upcast it and do fire 5d8, plus whatever... or actually, no, just 5d8.
Okay, let's say you roll minimum. You do above the average health for a level 1 person.
Damn, really?
Yeah. Average health for a level 1 soldier would be 4.5.
Damn.
No, like, I think that because you guys are playing as adventurers, sometimes you forget what the base level is. You are far stronger than your average bear. Levels are exponential. They're logarithmic. I think your average soldier would have a hard time even hitting you.
Yeah, that's a... Could they hit me?
They have a
On
5%
anything but a
chance.
They always have a 5% chance.
Fair.
In fact, I think the only person that they might hit even close to average is Matteo.
And I can fix that.
I mean, it's risky, but it would work.
I'm all for it.
I still like the idea of abusing Harold's anger and his power to overload the ship.
Who's to say we can't do both?
I sure as hell hope so.
I know I might certainly not be able to contain myself. You see how I am around the, what's his fuck, at the mountain.
Of course, though, if we were to get onto that ship, fight our way to the top, and we have to face off with the General and potentially Harold, then we have a problem. Because if he's out in the open like that, then we're fucked. Confirmably.
If Harold's above ground, we go to the lower decks and take out everyone beneath them. In which case they can't fire their cannons. And the ship is effectively dead in the water.
Do they have top deck cannons?
Yes, they do.
But not nearly as many. And I don't know about you, but if we could manage to get some of them, I don't think Harold's that proficient in cannons. If we can grab Violet and bring her below deck as well, assuming she's above deck. Then that would give both of them incentive to run after us as well.
I assume the ship would start sinking, though, if we put a hole in it.
Most ships do.
Not if it's on the side. Not quickly.
Not quickly, for sure.
If I could get to the lower levels, I could definitely break a few things.
If you can take out those... Or, those... What were they? The drivers, you know? Then, they wouldn't be able to move, really, except for sails.
Your job would be to take as much of it as you could, break what you can, and take the general. You'd be the offensive.
Where
I
would you
assume-
be? Where would Jasper be? Where would you be during this?
I'm going to be holding the town. They're going to have to take it on the ground,
Right.
which means there'll be live combat here too. They're not just going to sit on the ship. And that won't be the only ship either. They're going to have a fleet.
I think a problem is, if we are right about Harold being against us, and we kill him, or even just harm him, the Council's gunning at that point. They already aren't peachy with us, but they aren't hunting us.
We also already know that they need to be stopped.
Problem is, we don't even know many of the other members, or weaknesses to exploit.
We've met Chroma, we've met Quake, we've met Harold, and we've met Bramble. Teddy, well, I can't say I'd go against him even if I had to. But he didn't want to go with them. The four that we do know, that we know are still up and at 'em. If we can take out Harold, they'll be more cautious of us, but they'll be sloppy on their own. If we can
That's
find
just-
out what they're strengthening, what they're scared we're going to use against them, if we make it obvious that we use Harold's weakness, we can find out what theirs is. Theirs are.
Well, we have hopefully at least a week or so, maybe a few, to prepare. If the troll was right, that is.
I guess for now we reach out and see who we can get working with us.
Well,
Matteo, do you mind helping me write those letters?
Yeah, I can help you.
I will too.
My handwriting's shit. Sorry.
I'm not exactly thrilled about having to play a waiting game on the defense.
Trust me, I'm not either. But it's fun. Once,
Because
as I
it's the
said
only
before,
option they have.
this isn't the first time we've been under siege, and it won't be the last. There's a reason this city stood so long.
Could do with some higher walls.
Have you ever noticed how all our buildings are easy to construct?
I have.
We don't care about them. You could tear the whole city down. It'd be rebuilt in a month. Our city is held together by the people, not the buildings. Let them salt the
Buildings
earth.
don't hurt.
Let them salt the earth if they feel the need.
Well,
I'm sure after we're done with them, they'll wish they had.
Let's hope you're right.
if you don't mind me asking, the Finns that, for lack of better words, turned against you, what's your plan with them? I assume maybe excommunication, but I'm curious.
I believe in personal freedom. They have decided that they think it's best for them and their kind for a new leader to be in the position. They have every right to fight for what they believe in. I have every right to defend mine. As for how I handle the people who go against me, I try not to think too hard about it until I have to.
I understand.
That won't stop us from lifting weapons, though. If they draw weapons on our town, their sentence is scheduled then and there. I don't suffer disloyalty.
Well, you still have plenty of people here that respect you.
I do.
I'm sure all of them will follow you into hell as well.
Unfortunately, that seems to be where we're headed.
I always thought of it as more fire than water.
You've never gone deep enough.
I don't have the swim speed.
Alright. Take your time, relax, do what you need to do. And I think I owe you all a drink.
Thank fuck.
And while the bartender's getting that ready, let's run through it one more time while we got the moment. This is mainly for GM discretion to make it easier for, while we're re-watching before the next session.
Ah, I see. We will go over the plan last minute a little later, because we still have a little bit more ways to go. For the next little bit, you're going to have some time, some downtime. I'm going to estimate about 2 weeks downtime. But before we get into that, just prime you all so you have a second to think about what you want to do in 2 weeks. I know that you're going to be sending notes to the Elorian Citadel. He is going to leave what you ask for up to Matteo's discretion. What do you want to ask Joffrey for? On his behalf, obviously.
What do we need exactly? Is what I would be asking of Joffrey. Or not of Jasper. All these fucking J names.
Of
Yeah, he likes
Joffrey's
J's.
a G.
Joffrey is with a G. But I hear what you mean. I also do a lot of S names.
We do a lot of M names.
As for what you would need, men is an obvious one. Though you do know that Joffrey deals in magic a lot. If you even wanted to just say we could use assistance, then he would obviously probably send something.
I will specifically word as Jasper needs assistance.
Just leaving it up to Joffrey's interpretation of what that means.
Yes.
Okay.
Jasper needs assistance. I'll explain vaguely the situation. Keep it very, very, what's the word? Clinical? Sanitary?
Got it.
What the fuck is the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. You are not asking. You are telling him someone else is asking.
Yes. And I am the middleman.
Hey, Joffrey, I got a deal for you. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Someone else started asking for you. Gotcha. You're just a hookup.
You're the escort.
I'm the fixer.
You're the courtier. Oh, sorry.
Was that a cyberpunk reference?
He was. It was, in fact.
It was.
All right, and then to the orcs. I'm trying to remember his name. The orc contact you have now. We gave him a name, didn't we?
Should have.
I don't remember it.
Did we?
I'm
not?
sure we did.
Let
The
me
orc
look
that
it up.
joined the circus.
I have no idea what his name was.
Wait, the orc leader or the orcs that joined the circus? Was that after Teddy's death or before?
After, like you guys just saved their lives recently at the.
Not Jimmy.
When we fought the insects that kept spawning more insects.
Yeah, when you fought the Desiriacs and the Thermites.
Was that not Jimmy? I have that as Matteo's contact.
I think I joked about it. No, Matteo's Jimmy is the guy from the Citadel. I don't know that we ever gave the orc a name.
Guess we get to make one up now.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna. Hey, Braden, what's your orc contact's name?
Lunk.
Lunk.
Wait. Are we talking about the orc leader?
No.
No,
We're talking
no.
about Matteo's orc companions now.
I gotcha.
I'm adding a tab for Matteo's NPCs now.
There were 7 that Matteo got, right?
Mm-hmm.
For naming one of them? Is that what you...
Yeah, just the head one. Lunk. All right, Lunk the orc. Cool. All right. When you go to talk to Lunk about this, as the person who knows them the best, how do you want to approach it? Or would you like to actually RP this?
So we're getting their help for,
Yeah, you were going to ask the orcs. I assume you go and talk with the orcs that are in your group before you try to go send a message to the actual town. That
Yeah,
seems-
I'll approach it, basically, fuck. Ugh.
You're good.
As for the best way to go about this sort of thing.
You go over and find Lunk and the others are cleaning up after a day at the circus, and it goes, you're asking them like to fight for you?
more if they'd be willing to lend some assistance, given the circumstances, with the understanding that it will not be forgotten.
You mind answering a question for me first?
Sure.
Why you fighting?
Why am I fighting? I'm
I
fighting because the daughter of a good friend of mine
Now
is
dead.
currently imprisoned by the people that lead them, and his murderer might also be there. Or one of his murderers might also be there.
You said someone's imprisoned?
Yes, little girl, daughter of a good friend.
That's all you had to say, boss. I gotcha. He goes and talks with one of the other orcs, and he looks back and says, "Hey, you mind giving her the weekend off?"
Sure. Not a problem with me, as long as it helps the cause, as it were.
He would nod and talk with her a little more, and then she would get very, very excited and start packing. He'd walk back over and said, "We needed someone to go take the message, but to be honest with you, all you had to say was that you were trying to protect someone else. That's enough to get some of us over."
I'll keep that in mind.
Although, not all of our people are as good looking as I am, you know. Just, I wouldn't expect all of them to be so civil.
I think you're better than you think you are.
I'll talk to Jimmy and make sure that we have everything set up.
Got it.
They might charge you in a lot of beer.
That can be arranged.
All right. He gets back to work.
Did you
Alrighty.
say we're not contacting Stonefell at all?
No.
The dwarves don't like Jasper being in charge.
No, I know, but what
Yeah.
about like maybe contacting Hee Hee for explosives?
Do you want to do that?
I kind
Hey,
of
wait a minute.
You said that way too excitedly.
I'll be honest, I haven't thought about it, but I really like it. All right. I assume you're gonna go and do that yourself, Cam.
I can do that myself. Yeah.
All right. Cam is gonna travel over to the Kobold barracks. Are you just gonna go straight to Hee Hee, or are you gonna go talk to Baylor first?
Yeah, I'll talk to Baylor about it.
All right. You
I wouldn't
head
want to do anything without his permission.
You head down, and I'd say you'd be able to pretty quickly get to Baylor. He's just running his normal day-to-day operations, you know, living like a minor nobility. All the kobolds are running around, but most of them are extremely excited to see you when you come through.
Yes.
When you come across Baylor, he would get up and say, "Ah, Midas, it's been a while."
It has, old chum. How have things been for you?
Well, I can't complain. Kobold's been asking how you've been doing. I wish I had better answers for him.
Yes, how are my servants doing?
Your servants?
I kid.
I know.
No.
I know.
You
They're
let
doing
them
good.
know I'm
They're
doing
doing
just
good.
fine. And I miss them every day.
After the last clan we lost, a lot of them have been a little down, but
Oh.
they're doing pretty good.
How's the gambling going?
You know, I had to cut back on that a little bit. We host a poker night once a week because I couldn't let them keep doing it every day.
Everything's good in moderation. That's good.
Mhm.
I wish I had someone holding me back sometimes.
Anyway,
Don't put out the
what do I owe the pleasure? You don't come around here much.
Well, things are kind of escalating with us, and some other stuff that we don't really wish to involve Stonefell with, just because we have different viewpoints. But I wouldn't mind the services of one little demolition expert, if you wouldn't mind lending her.
I see no reason. I assume you mean Hee.
That would be the one.
Yeah, I think I could have that arranged. How long do you think you're gonna need them?
2 weeks max.
Yeah, I think we can arrange that. I still got the others. We have a stockpile.
Okay.
If you don't mind, I'm probably gonna charge for the services.
You absolutely can.
All right, cool. Give me about 20 seconds to get the actual number on this. I have this imminently.
We'll charge Jasper. It's fine.
Yeah, you're gonna charge Jasper. You know, that's fair. Yeah, you can totally charge Jasper for this.
Yeah,
Never mind. Not worried about the money.
I owe you from Jasper.
Yeah, Jasper owes Baylor money.
Yep.
Heard. It's actually not much at all. Like, it's nothing.
For a kobold.
for Hee to come help, it's like for 2 weeks. I think we're talking like
If you say 1 gold, I'll kill you.
Well,
no.
The last 2 because she's female.
For 1, it's like 7.
If it's not a 2-digit
I
number.
want to say it's like 7 gold a week for Hee.
Okay, per week. Okay.
Wow.
Maybe. Actually, I think that might be a little high.
Well,
How much is it?
I'll see to it she gets 20 gold no matter what Jasper pays.
I only make bombs!
He will get 20 gold no matter what Jasper
Oh,
pays.
hell yeah.
No, I was
feel like
wrong. It's 9 gold a month. My bad.
9 a month.
I feel like a single
Yeah, she's
bomb
getting
costs
20.
more than 9 gold.
She's getting 20 gold.
You're right, but the bombs also have like costs of material. But the labor for a trained kobold crafter is about 9 gold a month.
Yikes.
Yeah, take that as you will.
He should start a revolution.
Hey, that is standard fare.
I know, I'm kidding.
Like I said, she's getting 20 gold no matter what Jasper pays.
One of a normal kobold, one that's not a trained crafter, is just 3 gold a month.
Oh my god.
Anyway, moving on. Yeah, I would say you'd be able to hire Hee.
Consider high hired. I
Get
will not
out.
apologize. I will make you apologize for being able to hear before I apologize for making bad jokes.
Well, it happens. So is he like going to Beachcrest now?
Yeah.
He get to go see the world.
He is taking a 2-week vacation to Beachcrest.
A vacation where I only make bombs? Let's fucking go.
Want some flashbangs too, whatever those were called.
Okay, so to be
You have obtained
clear,
one hee.
all right. So to be clear, so far we have the orcs, we have Ivy, we have the Elorian Citadel giving Joffrey's help in some way that is currently undefined,
That's gonna be real fun to watch.
and we have Hee. All right. Well, over the next 2 weeks, you all would have some downtime. So I'm gonna do this in order. We're gonna do some downtime, then we're gonna do some dreams, then we're gonna do a last touch up, and we're gonna stop for the night.
Can we take a break before then?
Yes.
Like
you need a
short
moment?
break.
You need a
Yeah.
minute? Yeah. All right, let's take a break really quick.
We're back.
I'll turn off
We're
Funky
back!
Town.
Holy.
Now, everybody's favorite time. 2 weeks of downtime.
It takes a week to retrain, yeah?
What do you mean
I
by
can't remember.
retrain?
I can't remember what the actual, retrain what?
For instance, talents and feats.
I can't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to go looking.
I was gonna
Okay.
say, what do you like? What talents or feats? Like, what do you mean?
There are one or two things that I'm thinking of switching around that would help on a offensive side, because right now I have single
What, you
target.
gonna go learn how to swim?
No, not necessarily. I should, but not necessarily.
It takes 5 days with a person with the thing you're trying to train to.
Oh. So in other words, there's not a chance in hell.
What are you trying to train to?
I was gonna look at some of the different things, maybe mixed assault, because that was the one I was thinking about moving towards.
Could I learn from Hee about how to construct like bombs and stuff like that, since we're gonna be together for 2 weeks?
So the way that works is it's a talents thing.
Okay.
You'd have to buy into it, which you
Right.
currently are not buying into. We could start down that path, like next time you level up if you wanted.
Nah, I was just curious.
Yeah, that's a different sphere. Like, you know how you have like fencing?
Yeah,
and
yeah,
duelist?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
The
yeah.
alchemy sphere is what they use.
So what can be done in these 2 weeks?
Well, I know you make money with gambling.
That was the only thing I had on my list. I didn't know if there was anything else that could be.
Shopping, gambling. If you had something you were wanting to, like, if you wanted to learn alchemy, right? You would say like you're gonna spend a lot of your time doing alchemy, and the next time you level up, you're gonna skill into it.
I can teach you how to use guns.
Nah, I'm good. I'm good. All right, I'll go gambling.
All right,
Let's go gambling!
It's also used for like all the crafting stuff, but you don't have any of that at the moment. All right. Yep. All right. Let's get a bluff check from you.
Blind.
Yep. You are going to make, over the course of a week, a number. Trying to remember the exact formula for this. Okay, you are going to make 7 gold and 5 silver in your first week. Roll it again. Interesting. Total of 17
Wait.
gold.
Give me the
gold.
second portion because I already did the other.
The second portion is going to be 9.5. So 9 gold, 5 silver.
9 gold, 5 silver.
Yep. As for the others of you, anything you're wanting to do over the course of this week?
Research.
Research. What are you researching?
Stuff about the Sea King and his bloodline. Maybe a little bit of like forbidden alchemy shit if they have it.
Okay. Well, typically that forbidden alchemy would be a craft check. So I guess give me standard intelligence check since you don't have that craft.
Do
blind.
books help at all?
Yeah, I'm already factoring that in. Go ahead.
Okay.
Well, as far as forbidden alchemy goes, there is a significant amount of overlap between alchemy and rituals. Alchemical ingredients can be used for certain darker rituals, and oftentimes that is referred to as forbidden alchemy. For example, if you were going to resurrect the dead, you might create a necromantic tincture before you do it, as another power source for your ritual. Or certain dark rites require the processing of materials in order to do it. For example, creating special chalks and things like that. Alchemy is like a method to get to rituals. As for the other thing you were wanting to know about was the bloodline. Give me knowledge arcana for you.
Gotcha.
As for the bloodline, you're able to quickly find a bunch of stuff on generic bloodlines, most of which are granted either by genetics or by some kind of blessing that are passed down. This would absolutely be a blessing. However, the fact that it has to be given via divine magic, that does not necessarily mean a god came down and waved his hand. A powerful enough cleric can actually create a bloodline simply by having a child, for example.
And would that require the god's blessing?
The god would most certainly be aware of it and could probably try to stop it, but it wouldn't necessarily take their effort to make it happen. And they may not care too much to have it stopped either. Though a god could absolutely do it intentionally as well. There's no real way to know.
Do I have time to research one more thing?
What is it?
Specifically the Sea King himself.
Yeah, give me a history check.
Yikes.
You're able to find some generic information. I mean, he was the leader of a pirate band that settled down. He united multiple clans that were around under a single flag. As he became more powerful, he actually created a city underwater, which later fell. His children eventually made Old Beachcrest, which was their first building on the land. That's where the fort is now located. Old Beachcrest then fell, and New Beachcrest was founded, which is where you currently are.
Any info on Sea King's parents?
On his parents? No. He is very much mentioned as the first, founder of the region. There were multiple pirate clans before him. He united them. As for what came before him, not much. His lineage was the beginning of written history in the region.
Mm.
All right. And with that, I'm going to shift perspective. Matteo. You got 2 weeks.
Fuck.
Would you like me to give Moravaint to go first?
I don't know what I can do.
Generally, research, making money. In your case, you make more money than most people do.
I guess I'll just try and make money.
I mean,
Run the circus.
I think the obvious one is you function as a ringmaster for 2 weeks and actually lead your circus.
I'll just run my circus.
Yeah, I think so. Give me 2 ringmaster checks.
Alrighty. Should these be blind?
Nah, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay. That's not great.
Your total is 38, which means you are going to get 19 gold.
Alright.
Ain't awful.
As passive income during downtime. You know.
19, you said?
Yep, 19 gold. Hey, you could have bought almost 4 whole potions from the troll for that. I'll shut
I
up
did.
now. I'll shut up now. And
certainly
Moravaint.
For my first week, since I do plan on taking an expedition, I want to see if I can find any books, or any maps with the layout of the sunken city.
Interesting. Knowledge geography.
Yeah. I'm not expecting this to be good, but I'm in
Blind. Knowledge geography
Yeah.
blind.
I'm in a library, so I'm hoping it helps.
I'm going to say you find some very old maps in one of the book. You're not sure how accurate they are, but you find them tucked into a second book.
Into a what?
Like someone was writing a book and tucked these in.
These maps.
What's the name of the book I was reading for it?
The other book would be I'm gonna say the Geography of Southwest Orsha Volume 4.
Good enough.
But he can just take those maps, right? Like
Yeah, you can just take the maps.
I'll take maps.
I will say you do not find this in the generic library. You find this in one of the one of Jasper's private shelves, which you would be granted access for that purpose. So, as for your second week,
Carter already asked about the Sea King.
maybe research into gnomes. Any other weaknesses gnomes might have.
do you want me to,
I
do you want
did
to
think
research
about
gnomes?
it,
I'll
but
get you a long list of gnome information if you like.
how much do I already know about gnomes?
Knowledge.
Planes?
Planes?
Nature?
Planes, I think. Yeah, planes.
I thought about it. I was like, I don't know where that would come from.
Gnomes are a relative of the Fae. Yeah, that's what you know. You want to do
Okay.
some more research into them? That's just what you know. That's not your week of research.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah,
All right.
because I think I have everything I want to know for the sunken city.
All right, give me another knowledge planes check.
Wahoo! It's gotta be lower than the other one.
All right. Now this is split up into sections. I'm just going to start reading gnome information. Tell me to skip to the next section at any point when you would like me to. All right.
So, in other words, I know whatever the fuck I need to.
You can tell me fast forward at any point. Gnomes are distant relatives of the Fae. Their history tells of a time when they leave the... I'm not
So
going
we're
through all
looking
this
for
shit.
weaknesses.
I'm not going through all this shit. Yeah, you get a general description of what they are, physical description, their society relations, etc. As for their actual information, generally, gnomes are typically a very slow race. They are very hardy and they're very chatty, but they're not very physically strong. They're very, very small, which typically gives them major buffs on things like their attack and their stealth. However, they do have negatives on their damages and their combat maneuvers. They typically are very, very good at linguistics. They actually start with Common, Gnome, and Sylvan, all base. They are much stronger against creatures that are significantly larger than them, such as giants. They have a natural resistance and affinity for illusion magic. They are extremely perceptive. They are very good at crafting. They generally hate all goblinoids and reptilians as a society. They do have signature weapons that are used by gnomes in their society. And they're a variable race. They have a lot of alternate racial traits. like a lot.
Could I try to find which one fits best for Harold?
You are looking for an alternate racial trait that fits Harold?
Yeah. And its weaknesses.
There are a lot of those. Ooh, but this is some information. Druid clerics, or sorry, not druid clerics. Druid gnomes have a tendency to have extreme resistances to the energies that they use, and also become extremely close with any form of companions that they make.
I don't like hearing that. Take that last part back.
It means elementals and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. Not just friends. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I will also say that the resistances given to their companions are bypassed with cold iron.
I don't know what that means.
Cold
It's a
iron is a
special metal.
material that you can make weapons and armor out of.
Cold iron is also generally good against fey magic, like in all cases, but that is specifically what they grant to their companions. Now, this is general information about gnome druids. I'm not saying any of this is necessarily true or false about Harold, only that is the generic for a gnome druid.
Right.
Dakota, if you would like more information about gnomes, please go to the d20pfsrd.com and look at gnomes. You
Cool,
have
so
permission.
I did good.
Yeah, you have permission. You rolled a nat 20.
Fuck yeah.
You have my permission to metagame. On this one particular topic. All right, I believe that is everyone's downtime.
Oh yeah, Matteo said he was circusing.
And next, that means we're going to address everybody's favorite thing, the dream.
We need theme music for Dream Time.
Oh god.
Okay, so Venti's kind of fucking broken,
I'm
so...
not playing with Venti like that. I can send a thing for Nova to switch the track to.
Because for some reason it works for me.
I'm not playing with Venti like that is a really funny sentence.
I, on
Nobody's
the other
playing
hand...
Venti like that.
Ceasant.
Exactly. We are not ceasing.
Oh, I usually do have dream music. I just have to find it.
Sorry, there was an ensign wasp on my fucking wall. Or,
Huh?
no, it's not dead.
A what?
A wasp? Is that what you said?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Oh, he's alive?
Oh, well, I sent you the spoof.
Well, I smacked his ass, but apparently he didn't die.
Here, I can try, but if it fucks up, I'm just gonna be sad. An error occurred. Okay. Nova, come back.
Nova, come.
Nova, come back. Oh, but it kept playing the music. That's... Huh. Huh?
Oh. Oh.
This bot is fucked.
Oh.
Cookie is...
This only happens during D&D. It's insane. But this bot is fucked.
As I say, it doesn't do this in Quasar. Join the Discord.
Join the Discord.
Ah! Years.
Sorry.
Alright.
Actually, Zeke, you can see the DJ commands, right?
Yeah.
Here, can you try to put that in there?
Yeah, sure.
That's gonna be the dream sequence. That's the dream sequence water.
That's the dream water.
Where did you put it?
In I put it in a DJ logs, not DJ commands. My bad. But it said it queued it up.
It says the queue is currently empty. We've lost Boogie. Oh no.
Error occurred while loading the track.
Nova!
He muted.
I know.
Alright, sorry about that. I have turned.
Nova, we broke Boogie while you were gone.
What did you do?
I tried putting something into the track.
It didn't listen to Zeke either. It's not just me.
I gotta be right back.
Okay. Spotify doesn't find what you sent me.
I have a question,
Huh?
Zeke. So that the Viridian dagger that I have,
Copy song link.
it was given to me by Teddy. I'm trying to remember the details about it. I have some written down, but I didn't write down enough about it.
The
But
Viridian dagger?
yeah, the Viridian dagger. It had like a particular enemy in mind, didn't it? Like
Yes, it did.
that's what I'm trying to remember right now.
It targets creatures of a lawful alignment.
Unlawful, so
No,
chaotic.
a
creature.
lawful. No, lawful creatures. Creatures of
Lawful.
a lawful alignment. Yes.
So which creatures are those again?
Creatures that are lawful, like the Empire.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got
Creatures
you.
that fundamentally want to follow law.
Got it. Also, it had like a language on it that no one recognized. Is that still the case? We've all like gotten new languages and whatnot.
So yes, actually, that knife, still written in a combination of two languages. The first one you do recognize as being Druid. The other language you still do not recognize.
Gotcha. I have a potion for that, but kind of want to save that for a more prominent moment if one comes up. Don't know if I necessarily want to use it now.
Every session, we just break Boogie a different way.
I was gonna say, you said it has druidic writing on it. What does the druidic
Gotcha, bitch.
say?
Sorry.
The druidic on your Viridian dagger would appear to be something akin to a prayer. A prayer of protection and purification. Alright, now that we are done with downtime, we get to deal with everybody's favorite part of the session. Dream sequences.
Oh boy.
Alright, I'll be right back. Sorry.
No, you're not going anywhere.
We're starting with you.
You can't just stealthily slip out.
Now listen. I got 3 different people with dream sequences today.
Am I one of them?
You are the only one who's not one of them.
I knew.
Wait,
it.
I'm gonna start eating.
Oh
With a
no.
can of soup.
Alright. I'm going to start off with, we're going to start with Matteo.
Oh fuck. Oh no. This is what I get for being a little shit about it.
Don't worry, I don't think it's going to be a particularly long one. You're not going to the realm of irrational dreams.
I think Matteo would do great in that, but anyway.
Well, ask for
Don't
a
be
one-way
so
ticket.
sure.
You know what? Fair fucking point.
I've heard how upset you've gotten at me, and you weren't even there.
I know. I'm aware. That is
all
the
right.
yoke.
Matteo goes to sleep at some point during these 2 weeks. The exact day is not important. And I'm gonna say you find yourself in a cave. The cave looks like it's been lived in. You can still smell the smoke of a recent campfire. And upon looking out the entrance, you would see a continent very different to the one you've grown up on. The sky is completely clear. You can see up through the clouds to the bright blue sky. You can see rainbows in the distance and massive cities with spires so high they reach the clouds. At the moment, you are in the cave of a cliff far above the closest city.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh no.
I cut out, like, almost at the beginning of that.
Cool. We're gonna restart. It's fine.
Sorry, I'm
wake
so
up-
sorry. I tried
fine.
to say.
Totally fine. You wake up in a cave. You can still smell the smoke of the fire that's been burning here. The cave clearly has been lived in for a while. And when you climb up to the entrance to go and look out, you would find yourself on a continent very different to the one you've grown up on. There are very few clouds. You can see straight up to the bright blue sky. You can see rainbows in the distance and giant cities with spires that reach all the way up and touch the clouds. The buildings here are made of white stone and gold. Beautiful insignias that you would quickly recognize as imperial. Currently, you're looking down from the entrance of a cave inside of a cliff face above the smallest city you can see. Massive stone walls encircle very, very small wooden buildings that look like they're new, like some kind of settlement or poor town. You're a long way away from any of the major cities, but down in the town you can see many, many people milling around and taking care of things. A mixture of elves and kobolds and humans and gnomes, going from house to house, going about their daily business. But there is no path to go from the cave down to the town. This cave seems to be sunk directly into the side of the mountain. After a little while of people watching, you would hear stirring from back within the cave, from where you came from. After a short time, you would see a figure begin to emerge from the wall. A small, green, sickly-looking kobold.
I will kind of approach the kobold and say, "You doing all right there?"
He looks around, and at closer inspection of him, you would notice that his scales seem to be almost peeling, like he had some really, really bad infection of the skin. His eyes would be yellowed, and you could smell on him a pestilence. He would look around for a moment before his eyes would slowly settle on you. And he would speak in a soft, raspy voice and say, "How did you get here? We're so high up."
I ain't got no idea how I got up here. Just kind of woke up here.
I've been gone so long. I've been looking for so long. He would glance down towards your cane, and his eyes would lock on it.
You know about it?
I think I do, but I can't quite remember. What is that?
Everyone around me calls it a chaos shard.
Chaos Shard. A piece of the old gods. I had one of those once.
Don't look like it did you no good.
He would slowly raise his eyes and look back up at you. and you could see that they were beginning to water before he would cough, and you would see the air around him shimmer as if an illusion was fading.
Dekena, mon ami. And he's gonna look back out the entrance of the cave.
You look back out the entrance of the cave, and as you look back out, you would see many of the spires have fallen since you last looked. The once grand cities now look desolate in comparison. The city below where you're standing, as you look down, you would see the streets are running with blood. The buildings have burned. And you see dozens of dead Imperials and a mixture of orcs and green kobolds littering the streets. As you look, the young kobold would walk over and look out the side, standing next to you. I remember. I had that shard. You took it.
Suppose I did.
You took my heart from me. Be careful. I don't think it'll do you much good.
I don't think I deserve much good.
Me neither. You would hear him cough hard before he would shakily take a step up to the ledge, and you would see the illusion fading away as he takes the form of a very, very small green dragon, barely a wormling. Once he took the full form, you could see much more clearly the scale of the infection in his skin. You could see that his skin was bumpy and boiled under his scales. You imagine it was agonizing. But he would begin to fly, way off towards the horizon. And you would wake up.
Upon waking up, Matteo is gonna take the cane and just kind of look into the gem in the top. Not really looking for anything, but seeing if anything's there.
The black, glassy obsidian with emerald veins would show nothing more than the day you found it.
The hell you gonna do to me? And he's gonna he's gonna get dressed and get ready for the day.
All right. Next, we're going to rotate to Marivin, everyone's favorite sleepy little guy.
Wait, what?
Everyone's
Already?
everyone's favorite segment of the game show.
I'm gonna need
Roll them bones.
We sit here for
1d4.
30 minutes while I try and speak.
I'm gonna need 1d4.
You got it.
You
Thank
get
God!
to pick today.
Oh shit, who am I picking?
We all know you want to go see Phobos.
Go talk to Noctua.
Yeah, I should. I'm gonna talk to Noctua.
You go to Noctua. Unlike the last time you went, it's very peaceful here. Everyone seems to have gone back to sleep, and you can hear Noctua's easy breathing in the depths below you.
Very calmly swim, because I know I'm gonna piss him off when I ask questions.
You very calmly swim down towards Noctua.
Once I get to him, just kind of like tap my hand lightly to try and like wake him up.
And just on the first part of him you find.
Well, more like tap my hand, like almost trying to clap, but just like move around a little bit. He's a light sleeper.
Okay, you're just moving to wake him up.
Yeah.
You're not trying to actually
Calm.
like put a hand on him.
No, God no.
Okay. Okay. I thought you were saying you were going to try to like touch him, and I was like, oh, interesting.
I'm gonna
alright.
get thrown.
You move your hand to wake him up. After a moment, you would hear the groan of him being woken from his slumber. He would slowly stir, and you would see the small lights moving as he shifted. Dreamer.
Hello again.
What is it today?
Sadly, more talking. A lot more than usual.
Get it over with. I'm tired.
Have you ever talked to the god of the sea?
I sleep in his domain. But I don't speak much.
Well then, have you witnessed what happened with the Sea King?
The Sea King. Powerful sorcerer, that one. A cleric, if I recall.
Do you remember how he got his power?
I believe in service. He was quite devout.
So, how did his lineage start?
He was granted dominion. He was given his territory. And he held it. And his son held it. And his son held it. Why do you come asking about those who are long dead and gone?
Because we are looking at a soon-to-be war. And a certain person is trying to research the creation of his own sorceress bloodlines. Not to continue them on, but rather to have powerful soldiers.
Men have created magic for a long time. You yourself are familiar with that. This is nothing new.
He is doing it through alchemy?
And how is that any different?
It's unusual. Unlike what I've seen. Maybe not morally wrong, but uncommon.
I would argue you are also uncommon. Does that mean you should be hunted, interrogated, and investigated?
We're not hunting him. We're trying to survive him.
Then you're a fool.
I've been told that by you more than once. Look, I know we are not on the best of terms often as I awake you. But I have to ask for help in some way. We're facing a strong enemy, and while I believe in my own power, security wouldn't hurt.
Is this the part where Karter becomes a warlock?
Of course, I'm not asking for you to name me your champion. I don't expect you to. In no way. I am almost requesting a favor. One that I likely do not deserve. But for something temporary.
You're asking for assistance.
Indeed.
You know that the assistance of the gods comes at a cost.
How much of a cost?
Neither of us will know until the time comes. I do not see the future.
If I were to get your assistance, would I be bound to you?
No. But my assistance may not appear in the way you want it to. You'll not be in control of it. As you said, you are not a champion. Are you willing to accept that risk?
I trust you enough to accept it.
Then you'll have it when you call.
Thank you.
Now I'd like to rest.
Have a peaceful slumber.
You would be gently pushed back up away. And you will wake up. Now, this is 2 weeks. I feel like it is only fair that the man who has dreams every night rolls again.
Oh boy. Why couldn't I go last?
Spin the wheel!
It's going straight back to Noctua. He's like, what do you want this time?
Oh my god!
You get to pick again.
Let's go.
So the next week,
I'm gonna fucking jiggy my way on over to the garden.
Getting jiggy with it.
you jiggy your way over the garden. You drop down onto the dance floor.
God damn it. Who's all here?
Several rabbits.
Jesus Christ.
They're doing the bunny hop.
Those aren't rabbits, them's just jiggies.
I wish I could strangle you through the screen. Sorry.
Might you spare a hair of Jiggy?
It's just for the pun, and that's it.
You do see your favorite gardener is the DJ for this dance party.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Wait a minute. Is this like, are we talking like turntable here?
Yes.
So this is just stuff I have never seen before?
Absolutely.
Great. Fucking stare at the ground for a couple seconds, wonder why it's changing color, and wonder why it's hurting my medieval eyes, and then, walk on over to the DJ.
You walk on over to Lucidia. He leans over and goes, "Don't you love when the music is hopping?"
You're hilarious.
I know I was muted, but I want you to know that I very, very audibly groaned at that.
As we all.
I held back a go fuck yourself, but... Lucidia, I need your help.
Hmm? Well, that's a first.
Not really.
No, you admitting it.
Well, I asked you for help that one time, with the Axiomite.
You asked for advice. That's a different thing. But I must say
enough.
I'm interested. What's
Look,
going on?
there is something very dangerous that we might be up against, me and my friends, and I'm not 100% sure that our plan will go to plan. It almost never does. I'm hoping for a contingency.
A contingency.
More so than one I might already have.
A way out, you mean?
More a way to defend myself and my friends.
You're asking for power.
Indeed.
I'm not the first one you've asked for that.
I'm not, but I'm asking for a different type of power.
What's that you're asking for, then?
I'm not asking for a temporary assistance in a time of need. I'm asking for a prolonged power.
You're looking to be a champion.
I've had time to make my choice.
Interesting.
Noctua finds me annoying. He finds me annoying, and Phobos... I have choice words.
All you have to say is Phobos. It's been a long time since we had a champion of the Dream Gods. Yes, I could say I didn't see this one coming. He would grin.
I was, in a perfect world, I would have help from you and Noctua, but I don't want to annoy him any more than I already have. And that might get weird logistically.
All right. It'll take time for you to attune fully. But in the meantime, I'll assist.
How long might it take to attune?
Longer than you have.
Fair enough.
Sometimes you forget that you can't see as far as we can.
I can hope. One might say I can dream.
That's merely a glimpse. That storm is coming much faster than you think. Prepare for it, dreamer. or you'll get caught up with the rest.
I plan to subvert odds.
I'll lend you my eyes when it's time.
Do I need to call upon it, or will you?
I'll be there. Be careful calling on my brother. It's strong, but... that magic you'll be caught up to.
It's a last resort.
It
I'm
is, in
willing to do
fact.
it if I need.
Very well. I accept. But I need you to understand something. Champions go both ways. I help you, you help me.
I assumed.
There will be times when I call on that debt.
And I'll never expect it.
Now you're getting it. No, I really must be getting back to my dance party, but I think Fish has been missing you.
There's one thing consistent, they're always known as fish until they aren't.
Why do you think I call him Fish? It's always right. He's always a fish.
Unless he wasn't.
I've been doing this a lot longer than you have, Dreamer. Bold to correct me.
Thank you for a coherent conversation.
Well, if I never gave it, I wouldn't be so unpredictable. Oh, and I heard where Phobos took you. I heard you found one of your fish.
How so?
What do you mean?
What do you mean by found one of the fish?
Red is always red. Black was never black. White is no longer white.
I assume you're not going to tell me which fish I found?
Of course not.
Thanks for the hint.
You'll figure it out someday. And believe me, finding it out yourself will be much more worth it than one of us telling you. Do not allow great eyes to cheat you from your explorations.
Have fun with your dance party.
Have fun with your reads.
Marvin
soon
is
as
going
you,
to go jump in the water.
As soon as you begin going up there, you would hear the music change. It's now a 1700s orchestra.
Is it the one with the cannon?
Yes. I don't know which one you're talking about, but yes.
The one that plays the cannon is an instrument in it.
Sure, they also play mayonnaise.
Great. God damn it.
You
Describe
go
to
up.
me what mayonnaise sounds like.
Do we have mayonnaise?
Good enough.
All right, you begin going up to the lake, and you said you're diving into the water.
Yeah, see where fish is.
You dive into the water, past Fish, who's currently sitting on the dock.
Climb back up.
And you climb back onto the dock. Fish is
Is
currently
Fish in the
sitting on
water?
the dock. He is not.
Okay. Consistency. Gonna sit down.
You sit down.
So, Con, how's it going?
Hmm? Oh, you know. Getting bites, one at a time.
You fishing for clues?
No, I'm fishing for food, like anybody else. You would see his rod suddenly curve, and he would yank hard, and out of the water would come a fly on his hook, which he would then eat.
Good luck with the food catch.
Mm-hmm.
I have work to do. And fucking dive in the water.
You dive in the water. You wake up. And with that,
Huzzah.
we are going to rotate to our third dreamer. You are still here, Midas, right?
Yes, was I muted? Sorry.
I didn't hear you talking. You are going to go to sleep. And when you wake up, you feel the breeze on your face. You appear to be riding on something. You are way up in the clouds, dark and cold and rainy, completely soaked. But whatever you are riding on doesn't seem fazed by it. You can barely see through the harsh winds and rain. After a little while, you would break free of the clouds and you'd find yourself above the eye of a storm. As you look down, you would see a massive ship. The one you've been waiting for and researching. On the top of the ship, you could see dozens of men running around, working on the massive cannons that mounted on the top. At the helm of the ship, you would see the two men you've been waiting to see, the General and Herald. The General seems to be taking charge of the ship, and Herald just seems to be sitting on the bow, looking off the front of the ship, as if in thought. This creature that you're riding, a giant winged beast, would dive down towards the water, pulling up at only the last moment, and soaring over the ship. While most of the people on the dock don't even seem to notice you, you would see Harold tracks you perfectly, keeping his eyes on you the entire time. After a moment, the creature would scale back up, flying up into the clouds, and you would hear a deep, rumbling voice in your head. You could swear it's shaking your eardrums even as you just get it mentally. And in your head it says, "My child is on the ship. A long way from home and a long way from what he is taught. But do you really intend to win?" Midas.
Oh, like that. I got you. I didn't know. I thought that was like rhetorical. My bad.
I mean, you could ignore it as if it was rhetorical. I was just trying to make sure you weren't muted.
Do I recognize the voice as Harold's?
You do
or-
not recognize this voice, but you know it's not Harold.
Okay, it's not Harold. The only thing I intend to do is to save the one that I care for the most.
Who is that?
Well, in this situation, it's Violet.
The dragon would swoop down low again, gazing over the top of the crew, and getting a better look. before you begin flying back towards the shore. And as you flew below the clouds this time, you'd see that it is much closer now. You're already within sight of the shore when the dragon peeks down below the clouds. And as it flies, you would hear its voice in the back of your head again. And it would say, one way or another, someone is going to die. But remember, whether it is you or them, the victor is just the one willing to kill for what they believe. It is time to test the strength of your beliefs and see if you are found wanting. It would fly towards the building you're sleeping in, the stump. And as it gets closer, you would suddenly wake up. And in your hand would be the bone dagger, slightly vibrating. As if it was a tuning fork that had just been struck. As you all awake on that final day, after the last of these dreams, you would awake to the sound of bells in the town. Quickly, you would all get up, knowing what that means, seeing many people going to rally. The various allies that have been called, going to their positions, as you see the boats on the horizon coming towards the town. And that is where we are going to stop for the week.
Are you ready, kids?
No!
I was about to say, I thought we had another normal session before that.
Well, we'll be backing up a little bit for some introductions of your guests,
Right.
but no. Have to.
4! Why is the link for that so long?
Oh my god!
All
I
right.
hate that.
Well, it's been fun, guys. See you next time.
I'm like, we're not canceling it.
It's all gonna go to shit. Oh god.